Sorry, technical difficulties. It is day one, so bear with us. I am THSO President William Hansard, and I'd like to welcome you all to our 21st Annual Transatlantic History Graduate Student Conference. In just a couple of moments, we will have some opening remarks from our our faculty advisor for our organization. But I wanted to make just a few comments before we do that. I wanted to remind everyone that you have essentially two options for this conference. You can watch passively on YouTube if you like. Actually, you can type questions in the chat there too if you would like to. But you can use the Teams links on our website also to interact with our presenters more directly if you would like to ask questions, to make comments, feedback, etc. Those are the two options you have. And both of those links are available there on the main page of our website to YouTube and Teams. The other thing, I did just briefly say it, is that this is day one. We may have some technical difficulty, so do bear with us if that happens. And feel free to let us know if you're experiencing any technical difficulties on your end, because we don't know what you're seeing and hearing. So definitely let us know if anything like that happens. And with that, I want to pass things over to some recorded remarks from our faculty advisor, Dr. Paul Conrad. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Paul Conrad, and I'm an associate professor in the history department here at the University of Texas at Arlington. I wanted to welcome all of you to this, the 21st Annual Transatlantic History Conference. This year's theme is Spectacle and Power in the Transatlantic World. Before we begin, I wanted to give a few thank yous, a few shout outs to those that made this conference possible, especially the hard labor, the hard work of the graduate students here, especially their fearless leader, William Hansard. Without them, none of this would have been possible. I also want to thank the History Department, the Barksdale Lecture Series, the UTA Libraries, as well as the UTA College of Liberal Arts for their financial support. I wanted to call attention to a few special events that are taking place as a part of this conference that I encourage all of you to attend and view. This evening, there will be a tour of UTA's special collections led by its department head and cartographic archivist. UTA has an impressive special collections, particularly a collection of maps that is one of the most important collections in this region. So I encourage you to view and watch that tour of special collections to learn more about what we have here and perhaps come here and do research yourselves. Tomorrow, there will be a keynote lecture that will be by Rick Benjamin, the founder and director of the Paragon Ragtime Orchestra, which is a renowned orchestra. On Sunday, October 3rd, the final day of the conference, at 5 p.m., there will be a keynote by Dr. Jeremy Johnston, who's the historian of the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. Both of those keynotes on Saturday and Sunday are by very important figures that I really would encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to hear from. In addition to those special events, I of course want to acknowledge that the real centerpiece of this conference is all of you. Those of you who have taken the time to do research, to weigh primary sources, to develop arguments, and those of you who are brave enough to then share it with others. Many of you are presenting for the first time. And I want to acknowledge that that can be scary, to put yourself out there, to hear feedback from others. You might not know what they're going to say to you. But the real value of an academic conference is the ability to get feedback on works in progress. And I encourage you to take that feedback to heart, to use it to further advance your projects. And also, of course, I encourage you to provide constructive feedback to fellow presenters. Ask them questions. Give them your suggestions. It's that give and take that really, I think, is the key benefit of academic conferences. I want to say a few final thoughts, acknowledging the current situation that we're in. First, I want to again thank the graduate students here at UTA for all their work in making this conference possible, in particular in making it possible for it to be conducted virtually in this environment that we're holding it in. Kevin Moskowitz deserves special thanks for his technical skills in handling the pre-recording process, in making it available on multiple platforms, and in facilitating the real-time Q&A sessions that will take place as well. I want to acknowledge, though, too, that despite all the work put into this virtual environment, it is also imperfect. One of the great benefits of in-person, conferences in real time is the ability to have more natural conversation, to truly meet people, to engage in back and forth conversation, yes, to network. And with that in mind, I want to just plug and put out there that I hope you all will consider applying to present at next year's conference as well, that hopefully will take place here in person in our beautiful state of Texas. So with that in mind, and on behalf of the History Department here at UT Arlington, I want to again welcome all of you to this, the 21st Annual Transatlantic History Conference. We're looking forward to your presentations and engaging with them and learning more about all of your work. Thanks again.
All right. We'd like to thank Dr. Conrad for his remarks. It's unfortunate we couldn't have him with us live, but he's a busy guy, and the History Department has a lot of exciting things going on right now, so he had elsewhere to be, but we're glad he was able to record some remarks for us. And I do want to remind you, we put a reminder in the Teams chat as well, but this conference utilizes a lot of pre-recorded content, and that will always be on YouTube. So make sure you've got that YouTube window open too if you're in Teams, so you can see that pre-recorded content. And speaking of that, speaking of both the History Department having exciting things going on and pre-recorded content, I've got just another little clip to introduce for you. A kind of a teaser for tonight's keynote event, which will be a tour of the UTA special collections in our libraries. And so we have just a short clip to show you of our cartographic archivist, Ben Huseman, talking about one of our very special maps of Africa in the collection. And I will pass you off to that now.
This is one of the most important maps of the 18th century of Africa. It was done by D'Anville, who was the preeminent French cartographer of the mid-18th century. This is from 1749, and D'Anville, what is really important about the map is the methodology that went into it. He started out by doing little small maps of different parts of Africa, and he had a working method in that he would read all the accounts. He would start with the most ancient account and work his way chronologically through time to try to figure out what had been written about that particular area, and would always start eliminating things that seemed might not be accurate. And so he worked as a historian as well as a geographer to try to figure out, well, what did Herodotus say about this, and how accurate is it? Is it corroborated later on by other accounts? And so this map is very important for what it doesn't show. For the first time, Europeans, instead of filling up the map with elephants and zebras and panthers and lions and all kinds of wild tigers and things, he just eliminated all of that. And so now you have huge spaces of blank paper where they didn't know anything about Africa. So this woke the European community up to the fact that they really don't know that much about Africa. They only know about the coastline, and as a result, there were African African exploration societies formed, African companies formed to try to learn about Africa. And of course, it was a very dangerous place for white men in those days, because they died from diseases right and left whenever they landed on the coast. So it's an important map to spur Europeans to learn more about Africa. And it wasn't from a lack of interest that Europeans didn't have information on Africa. It was a lot of different factors, like no inland seas, no navigable rivers that they could go all the way up. There were a lot of problems, and so it's a very interesting map, and a very, very influential map.
All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that little bit of a teaser of things to come. If you did hear a buzzing in the audio, do not adjust your television set, as they used to say. That was a buzzing from the lights in that particular room, and it's not present in that full Speako tour that we're going to have later this evening. But for now, I'm going to leave you all for a brief intermission before our first panel of the day. I'm really excited to have you all here with us. I think this is going to be a really special conference. So thank you for being here. Stick around for that first panel, and stick around for everything else to come. Thanks.
Is Ash J. Seidel Staley. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Texas at Dallas, and today I'll be speaking about slaving Scots, understanding Scotland, and transatlantic slavery. The Tiger crept out of the Scottish port Leith, most likely in the dead of night. The ship's captain was keenly aware that the voyage ahead would be arduous, dangerous, and quite possibly his and his crew's final act alive. But the Gold Coast beckoned. He could not shake the temptation of lucrative profits that others were making out of Africa. Little else is known of the Tiger and the remainder of its voyage, except that it indeed purchased African slaves and sold 264 of those surviving to a merchant or a plantation owner in Barbados. The direct involvement of Scottish slave traders like those of the Tiger in the transatlantic slave trade is an undocumented subject. The various ships manifest in voyage itineraries following trade from Africa to the New World, archived on slave voyages, are slim at best. Of the database's over 36,000 recorded voyages to date, there are only 23 that begin in a Scottish port. Reasons for the absence of Scottish slaving during the 17th and 18th century are simple to articulate. First, in 1672, the year the Tiger made its slaving voyage, English law under the Navigation Acts of 1651, 1660, and 1663 stipulated that all trade to and from the Atlantic colonies had to be conducted on English or colonial vessels. Additionally, the captains of all trading vessels, as well as 3/4 of the ship's crew, must also be of English origin. Second, after the brutal battles of Dunbar and Worcester in 1650 and 1651, the triumphant Oliver Cromwell systematically demolished the Scottish shipping industry. As a result, Scottish trading structures and colonization ambitions ceased. This left no capital or motivation for Scots to initiate a slave trade from within Scotland. After the reinstatement of King Charles in 1660, maritime restrictions were slowly lifted on the Scottish, but the Navigation Acts in their various forms and structures continued to stifle the ambitions of many Scottish merchants, some of whom looked to English ports for relief. Using the Slave Voyages database, legal and mercantile records, coupled with contemporary scholarly sources, this paper contends that Scottish transatlantic slave trade is a distinct field of Atlantic history. It needs to be separated from the excessively documented history of the British Empire. Unlike English slave traders operating out of Liverpool, Bristol, or London, Scottish slave traders created small but distinct networks of merchants at minor ports dotting the coasts of Holland, Ireland, Germany, France, and in the Atlantic colonies. Scottish slave traders constructed their slave trade networks around their values of kinship and clanship, most often represented by their near-exclusive dealings with family members, neighbors, and countrymen. This paper aims to disclose what the Scottish slave trade looked like and how it differs from English slaving. Most importantly, this paper reveals that the Scottish slave trade from 1672 to 1800 was dependent on the collective efforts of multiple merchants collaborating across a myriad of firms and companies. There was not a single Scottish trading company that dealt exclusively in African slaves. In other words, the Royal African Company of London and Camden, Calvert and King have no equals in Scotland. Historians conducting research on the Scottish slave trade include Eric Graham, Sir T.M. Devine, Stuart M. Nesbitt, and Ian White. All have made great headway in describing those involved in the slave trade. From their research, we learn that Scots contributed to New World slaving systems and were employed as laborers, overseers, physicians, merchants, and even seamen. Above most other historians, however, T.M. Devine has led the charge in exposing Scottish involvement in the slaving practices around the Atlantic world. According to Devine, quote, Scotland's connection to the slave trade was deep, long-lasting, and not simply confined to the Atlantic trade of Glasgow, end quote. Scottish slaving, quote, can no longer be regarded as a side issue in Scottish history, but rather has to be seen as integral to the weft and woof of the national past, end quote. I add and argue that the Scottish slave trade networks were connected to a, quote, national past, end quote, through social perceptions and their values in kinship and clanship. But examining slaving Scots and their practices, we see that the concept of clanship takes on new forms in the mid-18th century. Between 1720 and 1766, clanships absconded from territorial chiefdoms and instead infiltrated Scottish trading structures and municipal institutions. The merchants of Glasgow, for example, worked collectively like members of a tight-knit clan would. They consigned each other's ships, bought and sold goods from each other, bartered, and even partnered on large slaving voyages with one another. Scottish merchants were dependent on one another. Many even solidified their relations through connections of blood or marriage. Historian Robert Blackburn counters and maintains that the 18th century slave trade was among the least effectively regulated of all branches of colonial commerce. The planters were usually eager to buy slaves and the slave traders to sell, regardless of the nationality of the buyer or seller, end quote. Upon examining the Scottish slave trade, Blackburn's categorization begins to falter. Although Blackburn's assessment is correct when discussing English and Spanish slaving, the same cannot be said for many Scottish merchants, whether they were ported out of Greenock, Glasgow, Montrose, or Leith. The Scottish slave traders of the mid-18th century that operated within Scottish ports rarely worked with their southern neighbors in Liverpool and Bristol, and instead traded their cargoes through specific contacts in Holland, Dublin, and throughout the American colonies. This trading system was socially driven and tended to favor individuals with Scottish foundations. In short, Scottish slave traders preferred to conduct business with other Scottish individuals, or at the very least, merchants who were not English. An example of Scottish slaving is found when examining the networks and the trading operations of one of Glasgow's largest trading companies, Buchanan, Simpson & Co. Andrew Buchanan's mark on Glasgow is still visible today. The various buildings spread throughout the city and the roads that intersect between them carry either his name or hint to his success as a tobacco trader. During the 1720s and 1740s, he was merely shipping tobacco from the New World and to buyers in France. But in 1749, Buchanan, along with William McDowell, Allen Dreghorn, Colin Dunlop, Robert Dunlop, and Alexander Houston, established the Ship Bank. These wealthy merchants joined collectively to establish a fiscal institution that they could regulate, operate, and would be more reliable than their city charter banks. The Ship Bank became a powerful institution within Glasgow's trading frameworks. It printed its own currency and even opened up additional branches in other municipalities. James Simpson is a little more elusive figure in Glasgow's merchant history. His family owned 3 general purpose stores along Trongate Street, but seems to have little influence in New World dealings. When and where Simpson and Buchanan's partnership was constructed is a little difficult to determine. But as members of the Regality Club of Glasgow's Board of Directors, Simpson built a rapport with co-directors Alexander Spears and Colin Dunlop, each of which could have initiated the relationship with Buchanan. Of the slaving voyages conducted by Buchanan Simpson, only 2 can be specifically attributed to his orchestration, because he died before they were completed. The 1761 Maxwell and the same year Patriot Pitt. Just prior to these voyages, in August of 1759, Simpson and Buchanan had additionally committed to conduct slaving voyages for another of Buchanan's contacts in St. Kitts, a fellow Scot named Patrick Carrick. But without another ship to send of their own, the pair had to enlist the help of close friends Crosbys and Tradfords out of Liverpool. The Buchanan and Simpson accounts ledger, dated from 1758 to 1761, delicately details the entire log of transactions the partnership conducted slaving. Examination of the ledger reveals that all the company's success, which is further exhibited by Simpson's continuation of the company in partnership with Colin Dunlop, is indebted to their vast network of maritime merchants. Through contacts of its own and those of the late Buchanan, Simpson was able to keep continuous trade with merchants in Germany, Holland, Ireland, Virginia, Maryland, Grenada, and Barbados. To understand how Scottish slavers like Andrew Buchanan and later James Simpson operated their trade, one should just follow their ships, which we will do now. We will go ahead and follow the Maxwell and the Patriot Pitt as they left Glasgow for Africa in 1761. Before the ships reached Africa, they actually stopped in Holland and traded with the most important figure in Simpson's web of contacts, William Davidson. Davidson was the son of Reverend Thomas Davidson out of Dundee in Scotland, and had moved to Holland to both conduct trade and work in the Scots Kirk of Rotterdam. Throughout his tenure in Rotterdam, Davidson purchased large volumes of rice, hops, tobacco, all from Buchanan and Simpson. After Buchanan's death, Davidson continued purchasing goods through Simpson. The tobacco that Davidson received originated from Virginia, where Andrew Buchanan had placed his son, Andrew Buchanan Jr., who also continued work with Simpson. When Davidson required additional tobacco or Simpson had run short after distribution, Davidson would receive supplies from Maryland through another Scot and friend of the Buchanan family, George Maxwell. Between 1758 and 1761 alone, Davidson's name appears in nearly 60% of the account's ledger. Upon Buchanan's death, Davidson effectively becomes partner. Davidson was not just a crucial purchaser of Simpson's tobacco or a partner, he also made available to the company certain linens and beads that were used in bartering on the African coast. After the Patriot Pitt and the Maxwell finished loading the goods they had purchased or bartered from Davidson, they finally set out for Africa. Both the Patriot Pitt and the Maxwell purchased slaves on the Gold Coast region of Africa near the port of Coromantee. The Pitt loaded 230 slaves at Anomabo, and the Maxwell took on 260 at Cape Coast Castle. Though it is uncertain if Captains William Seaton of the Maxwell or James Cousins of the Patriot Pitt purchased slaves for themselves, other Scottish slave captains did and were actually encouraged to do so by their employers. It is also hard to speculate just how the ships purchased the slaves. Who is the company's agent in the Cape Coast Castle? How is this person affiliated with Simpson? All that is known is that they did purchase slaves and continued their voyages. With cargoes full of the enslaved, the Patriot Pitt and Maxwell departed from each other's company and headed out to differing New World destinations. Using Buchanan's existing relationships and contacts, Simpson had plenty of clients that could use the slaves he and his ships had purchased. Unfortunately, this is another aspect of Simpson's trade that is incomplete. Without finding additional documents on the Patriot Pit, we might never know who specifically purchased the cargo of slaves in Martinique. The Maxwell, we can speculate, as it delivered on the York River in Virginia, might have delivered slaves to Buchanan Jr. or George Maxwell themselves, but we don't know for sure. As of yet, I have also not been able to find the exact words Negro or slaved or Africans in any portion of the ledger. The only mention of the cargo from to Africa was designated African comp. After the arrival of the Maxwell and the Pitt back in Glasgow, Simpson's ledger is filled with small orders of rice and sugar from Richard Thornton and Stephen Wolfden in Germany, as well as Charles O'Hare in Dublin. The slaving voyage completed, Simpson and his partners began preparation for the next, but they also turned to their now large stocks of American tobacco, Caribbean sugar, and New World rice, and they dispersed them throughout Europe by the company's smaller shipping fleet. Scottish slaving voyages did not just fund Scottish merchant houses in Glasgow, Greenock, or Montrose, or Leith. Scottish slavers converted the lives and enslaved Africans into tradable commodities that they then sold in the Caribbean or in Virginia, and then used the proceeds thereof to purchase tobacco, hops, staves, and rice, which they would then distribute throughout the Anglican Isles and mainland European continent. Scottish slave traders operated a profitable quadrangular trade that intricately connected vast networks of merchant firms organized by clanship and kinship. To understand more, historians need to analyze and research further into the nuances of Scottish slaving in the transatlantic world. Thank you.
Hi folks, my name is Jennifer Wells and I'm a graduate student at Texas A&M University. I'm really excited for the chance to present my research here at the THSO conference. The title of my essay is Just Imported and to be Sold, How British Cuisine Shaped Colonial Identities. Cookbooks inform and delight and prescribe and connect. Commonplace cultural artifacts so widespread as to seem trivial. However, their ubiquity is part of their charm. Their earmarked pages have decorated kitchen shelves and connected people across continents for centuries. Hannah Glass's The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy, 1747, and the host of revised editions that followed serve as an especially notable example. Through like ideals, ingredients, and recipes, her popular 18th century cookbook united women on both sides of the British Atlantic. Glass's cookbook also delighted with recipes like to make a curry the Indian way, to make a very fine sweet lamb or veal pie, and a fine seed or saffron cake. She offered readers an escape from the mundane. And even if the recipes remained unmade, a culinary fantasy firmly fixed in the reader's imagination, it still provided a promise of something better, a vicarious taste of the good life. Her preface also prescribed domestic ideals centered on wholesome, unfussy meals, a concept that fed into broader notions of British identity and belonging. In addition, it informed. In her preface, Glass wrote, "I dare say that every servant who can but read will be capable of making a tolerable good cook, and those who have the least notion of cookery can't miss of being good ones." Glass transcended geographic, social, and economic barriers, inviting ordinary women to participate in a conversation about their Britishness. In 18th century Britain, cookbook publications flourished as women started to write cookbooks for other women like them, middling housewives, lesser gentry who managed domestic servants, and leading domestic servants themselves, such as cooks and housekeepers in elite households. And although elite women had shared cookbook manuscripts for centuries, these new publications offered something unique, a celebration of British cuisine for a much wider audience. These books also connected women across geographic space. In London, Birmingham, Boston, and Williamsburg, cookbooks fostered collective identities firmly rooted in notions of Britishness. The careful examination of cookbooks exposes the deep ties that women on both sides of the Atlantic had with one another. Cookbooks thus provide scholars with valuable insight into how British identity was circulated and reinforced in the New World. In addition, the opening up of the genre for both women authors and readers reveals the extent to which the spoils of the empire became accessible for more and more people. As trade networks crisscrossed the globe, the influx of new material items spurred an anxiousness about how to incorporate these goods into daily life. Cookbooks offered one solution. The careful examination of cookbooks illuminates how the commodification of new items became mainstream. Transatlantic entanglements. The expansion of an interconnected transatlantic trade empire had surprisingly provincial roots. During the early modern period, from about 1500 to 1800, the Industrious Revolution prompted a blossoming of new commodities in Britain and her colonies. Work habits in rural areas changed as ordinary people, especially women and children, started to produce piecework items to sell in the market. The household shift in production habits made it possible for more people to purchase new consumer goods. The Industrious Revolution thus merged wage work with new commodities and, as a result, set the foundation for transatlantic capitalism to emerge. American colonists did not live in isolation, free from the entanglements of their wider world. Indeed, colonists eagerly gobbled up the latest British imports, both literally and figuratively. In fact, by mid-century, the colonists were the largest overseas market for British goods and consumed more tea per capita than the inhabitants of England. Legal and smuggled consumable commodities, including tea, sugar, coffee, and rum, flooded colonial markets. In turn, these foodstuffs led to an increase in the consumption of other related goods. Keen to demonstrate their refinement through tea time rituals, colonists outfitted their homes with imported tea tables, teapots, teacups, and teaspoons. The use of like items standardized refinement on both sides of the Atlantic. Moreover, these material goods fostered a sense of identity across vast distances. Rather than merely commonplace things with little or no significance beyond their practical use or aesthetic appeal, commodities united people. Accordingly, the purchase and consumption of like items enabled people to connect via their shared experiences. The act of drinking hot bohea tea sweetened with West Indian sugar from a Wedgwood cup while reading The Spectator, a London-based periodical, encouraged a sense of transatlantic camaraderie. North American colonial identities thus merged with those of the mother country. During this period, too, print culture thrived in Britain and her colonies. Books, magazines, newspapers, periodicals, and pamphlets circulated throughout the empire. Growing literacy rates also meant that wider swaths of the population could participate in this new print world. Since American colonists had few printing presses before the 1730s, most of what they read came directly from London. Even after American colonists established their own printing presses, imported books from the metropolis continued to stream in, and most news in colonial newspapers came from London. Because women ran household affairs and often decided the menu, writers, publishers, and booksellers touted cookbooks as popular guides that promised domestic success. In newspapers across the colonies, printers solicited new British imports to women. A 1755 advertisement in the Boston Gazette listed goods just imported and to be sold. These treasures included Eliza Smith's The Complete Housewife, 1727, along with Bibles of all sizes, looking glasses, an assortment of toys for children, and ivory and horn combs. In a 1761 supplement in the New York Mercury, Hugh Gain, printer, bookseller, and stationer at the Old London Bookstore, also included an advertisement for Eliza Smith's The Complete Housewife. Gaines' sizable advertisement pledged that Smith's book had upward of 600 of the most approved receipts, as well as bills of fare for every month of the year. Cookbook advertisements appeared in southern colonies as well. In 1764, the Georgia Gazette, a Savannah-based newspaper, advertised newly imported items. The lengthy list included Hannah Glass's The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy, 1747, in addition to the popular Arabian Nights and Tobias Smollett's translation of Cervantes' Don Quixote. Publishers and booksellers alike, eager to capitalize on the burgeoning market, advertised cookbooks with broad appeal in hopes of turning a profit. Hannah Glass and British National Identity. Hannah Glass's The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy reigned supreme in the hearts and minds of colonists during the colonial period and after. Glass's cookbook had over 20 editions by the late 18th century and remained in print until 1828. Instead of an erudite conversation amongst the upper echelons of cookery, i.e. male French head chefs working in elite households, Glass hoped to reach readers within stratified households, especially ordinary housewives and house servants. In her preface, she stated, "If I have not wrote in high, polite style, I hope I shall be forgiven, for my intention is to instruct the lower sort, and therefore must treat them in their own way." Glass noted, "I don't pretend to teach professional cooks, but my design is to instruct the ignorant and unlearned, which will likewise be of great use in all private families and in so plain and full a manner." Hannah Glass invited women to participate in a discussion about British nationalism. Her cookbook title, The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy, which far exceeds anything of the kind ever yet published, revealed the values of Britons throughout the empire. The broad appeal of her cookbook, with chapters on puddings, pies, and for a fast dinner, demonstrated how Britons developed cookery based on hearty and unfussy recipes. Glass's representation of British cuisine as plain and easy emphasized how Britons viewed themselves. Although Glass begrudgingly included recipes with French names, as they are known by those names, she altered them to suit a distinctly British audience. By touting the recipes as good and done with as little expense as the dish will allow, she emphasized their unpretentious nature. Food, the ingredients used, its preparation and presentation became a representation of self. On a micro level, households throughout the empire cultivated a sense of British identity. In one of her most striking sections, Glass lampooned the French. Because Britain and France had been at war with each other for centuries, the emergence of anti-French sentiment came as no surprise. Indeed, Glass' preface reflected how Britons had grown to understand their identity via the comparison of other. Specifically, Glass disparaged French trickery, excessiveness, and perceived waste. She also griped about their extravagant tendencies, writing that the French used 6 pounds of butter to fry 12 eggs, when everybody knows that understands cooking that half a pound is full enough. Glass chided, but then it would not be French. Her intended expose of French tricks demonstrated broader patterns of othering within British culture. Eliza Smith and British Women. Eliza Smith's The Complete Housewife, 1727, had enormous success as a transatlantic bestseller. The book remained in print until 1773, with a total of 16 editions. Smith's cookbook illustrates how the increasing scope of perceived Britishness, even amongst those who could not participate in it fully, particularly women, was a process whereby diverse groups shaped identities around their moral aspirations and ideals. Specifically, her preface targeted English constitutions and English palates. She created recipes prepared in the best, most natural, and wholesome manner, as both frugal and sumptuous, and fit either for a genteel or noble table. Her pages brimmed with prescribed ideals that reinforced what it meant to be British. These aspirations came not as top-down commands, but reflected brewing sentiments materialized in print. Eliza Smith's cookbook also connected with Enlightenment views related to the stages of human development according to stadial theory. In her preface, she launched readers into the primordial past when the new inhabitants contented themselves with the simple provisions of nature. Per Smith, during the infant age of the world, humankind lived on a vegetarian diet of apples, nuts, and herbs. To them, the art of cookery was unknown. However, in time, cuisine transitioned from a vegetable to an animal diet, prompting the need for salt and other seasonings. In biblical times, cookery evolved once more to a science. When luxury entered the world, it became an art, steadily improved and arrived at its greatest height and perfection. With its ancient origins and Whiggish progression, Smith's cookbook underscored how assumptions about the steady march of progress and the perceived intrinsic superiority of British culture manifested itself in the domestic sphere. White colonial women bought into Enlightenment theories that stated civilizations around the world were in various stages of development, from primitive to modern. For them, indigenous peoples inhabited one side of the spectrum, while Britain stood firmly on the other. As a result, Eliza Smith's preface unveils one way the concept of a Native American other took root in the consciousness of colonial women in the New World. In the late 18th century, a vibrant print and material culture transcended vast distances, connecting colonists with the New World in the New World with Britons at home. Increased literacy amongst women also gave them access to new ways of interacting with each other and their wider world. Since women were integral to the domestic economy, often deciding what was purchased when and how, booksellers, publishers, and merchants used newspapers to advertise newly imported goods to women. In addition, transatlantic trade networks linked American colonies with Great Britain via a shared material culture. The increase in new items prompted a desire to incorporate them into day-to-day colonial life. Moreover, the rise in cookbook publications allowed broader swaths of the population to participate in British nationalism. Women found an outlet of political expression in British ideals of simple, unfussy, and frugal meals, a direct counterpoint to their French rivals. Through cookbooks, women thus nurtured microcosms of British nationalism in homes across the empire. Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Ashley Umfenauer, and I'm presenting my paper, Sodomy and Spectacle, Voyeurism, Power, and Illicit Male Sexuality in 18th Century London. In the 1707 broadside, The Women Haters' Lamentation, the suicides of 3 men, Jones, Grant, and Germain, are described after their arrest as part of a Molly House raid. The ballad characterized the men as possessing an unnatural despising of the fair sex and intriguing with one another. By participating in sodomitical behavior, they were casting aside what was considered natural sexual behavior for men. Therefore, by the actions of their suicides, the broadside characterizes their fate as just. Beginning in the late 17th century to the early 18th century, the standards for modern masculinity emerged and took hold. Men deviating from these standards faced the same from society, just like the men in the broadside. Sexual relationships, more specifically, the choice of copulation partners, rose to become a dominant defining element of masculinity. In the first years of the 1700s, journalists exposed a subculture in which men had sex with other men and even dressed as women. Following this public outing in conjunction with the rise of reform groups, such as the Societies for the Reformation of Manners, the Old Bailey Court prosecuted more sodomy cases than in the almost 2 centuries of the law's existence. Inspired by George E. Haggerty's article, Keyhole Testimony, Witnessing Sodomy in the 18th Century, this paper studies the sodomy trials at the Old Bailey and the cultural representation of Molly houses and sodomites as a public act of voyeurism. I will argue that the trials and Reformation societies not only sought to regulate male sexuality, as has been argued by preceding historical works, but also turned masculinity and illicit male sexuality into a public spectacle that both scandalized and revolted Londoners while simultaneously enrapturing the city. Male same-sex relationships, referred to as sodomy in the legal language, became illegal in 1533 with the penalty of execution under the Buggery Act. This act stated that if a person was found guilty of buggery, quote, they shall suffer pains of death and losses, end quote. This act symbolizes a jurisdictional change from church courts to secular courts during the English Protestant Reformation. Before the 1700s, there are 3 notable cases in which sodomy convictions were made, but no executions. The trials of Nicholas Udall in 1541, Charles Mervyn in 1631, and Edward Rigby in 1698 seem to show a lack of concern regarding the prosecution of sodomitical activities. However, closer to the 18th century, newspapers begin to report other men who are arrested, found guilty, and then executed for sodomy. Nevertheless, these stories do not face the same media and social attention as the cases connected with the Molly houses. A movement to clear London of immorality gained momentum in the years following the Glorious Revolution and culminated in creating Reformation societies. The first of these, the Society for the Reformation of Manners, was founded in 1690. These societies sought to promote reform through persuasion in sermons and through the distribution of printed literature, as well as coercion and prosecution. England, these reformers preached, needed to purge itself of its many immoral activities, including prostitution, gin drinking, Sabbath breaking, adultery, and sodomy. The Society for the Reformation of Manners aimed to police both heterosexual and male same-sex activities. The return to Puritanism that rose to prominence after the English Civil War presented a motivating factor for many members. The impetus in the quest to purge sodomites from society came from both religious and social views of sex and gender roles. Mentioned in the Old Testament is the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, which helped shape the Christian view of sodomy as a sin. In the story, God was angered by the sinfulness of the 2 cities and the lack of repentance by the inhabitants, so he destroyed the cities. English Protestants feared that the same tragic fate would fall onto them. If Londoners did not purify the streets of sin, the track sodomite shame and doom warns, they will experience the vengeance of eternal fire, as had the 2 cities. Changing gender roles in the 18th century constituted another factor in increasing prosecution of male same-sex activities. This period represents a transformation of ideas of masculinity and femininity becoming more fixed and increasingly related to who an individual has sex with. London society condemned sodomites for deviating from the standards of masculinity in sexual behavior and appearance. The Society for the Reformation of Manners infiltrated Molly houses, using spies and informants to gain information to raid the establishments and arrest men for sodomy. Perhaps one of the earliest descriptions of Molly houses comes from journalist Ned Ward from the 1709 sodomy trials. Ward's stories conveys a simultaneous tone of disgust and intrigue, just as though someone was peering in a window of the house and viewing a scene of debauchery and sin, yet cannot look away out of curiosity and perhaps excitement. The narrative begins with a depiction of the actors and activities of these Molly houses. Ward writes, "There are a particular gang of sodomitical wretches in this town who call themselves the Mollies, and are so far degenerated from all masculine deportment or manly exercises that they rather fancy themselves women, imitating all the little vanities that custom has reconciled to the female sex, affecting to speak, walk, tattle, curtsy, cry, scold, and to mimic all manner of effeminacy that had ever fallen within their several observations, not omitting the indecencies of lewd women, that they may tempt one another by such immodest freedoms to commit those odious bestialities that ought forever to be without a name." Through his tale, Ward reiterates that the men acted outside their appropriate gender role by taking on female behavior. He describes activities of play-acting births, baptisms, and female gossiping. As the men end their festivities, Ward writes, they began to enter upon their bestial ascendities and to take those infamous liberties with one another, that no man who is not sunk into a state of devilism can think on without blushing, or mention without a Christian abhorrence of all such heathenish brutalities. Ward creates a spectacle out of the men's night of fun, done privately in a home. What was done in private is now public and available to scrutiny and revulsion. Several raids on Molly houses occurred in the 1720s, the most famous being the 1726 raid on Margaret Clapp's house in Holborn. A report states, on a Sunday night in February 1726, a squadron of police constables converged upon the Molly house. All the avenues escaped being blocked. By the early morning hours, the rooms had been emptied of 40 sodomitical men, who were rounded up and hauled off to Newgate prison to await trial. After the raid, several trials proceeded against those connected with the Molly House. Margaret Clapp herself was charged with keeping a disorderly house. Clapp was a married woman who may have enjoyed the Molly subculture and kept the establishment to entertain and provide a space for Molly activities. She was found guilty, sentenced to a fine, the pillory, and imprisonment. 3 of the men tried in connection with Clapp's house were all found guilty and endured the far worse punishment of hanging. Thomas Newton, the alleged lover of these men, testified against them and walked away unscathed. The first of these men to be tried was Gabriel Lawrence, a milkman indicted for committing sodomy with Newton. Newton provided testimony that he and Lawrence committed sodomy at Clapp's house. Lawrence, for his side of the case, presented several character witnesses, including the father of his deceased wife, but he was still found guilty. In an ordinary's account, Gabriel said that Newton had perjured himself and that he was not guilty of sodomy. Newton's name appears again in 2 more trial records, those of his alleged lovers, Thomas Wright and William Griffin. Witness testimony from Newton, as well as Samuel Stevens, an agent of the Society for Reformation of Manners, led the court to finding Wright and Griffin guilty of sodomy, and both were sentenced to death. Wright states in his dying confession that Newton swore falsely against him, but could not deny his following these abominable courses. Griffin makes a similar statement about Newton and confesses to being a sodomite, saying that the abominable sin was always the aversion to his soul, even though he had a wife and children. The 3 men were carted through the city and brought to Tyburn and were executed by hanging. A newspaper announced that the body of Gabriel Lawrence, one of the sodomites executed at Tyburn, was dissected at Surgeons' Hall. Witnesses were an essential part in prosecuting sodomy because their testimonies were the evidence used to determine that the accused was a sodomite or not. For most of this period, to prove sodomy, one needed at least 2 white witnesses and evidence of both penetration and ejaculation. Some of the trial witnesses were society members or informers working for them, as seen with Samuel Stevens. Some witnesses were not associated with the society or the Molly subculture. George E. Haggerty, in his essay Keyhole Testimony, Witnessing Sodomy in the 18th Century, refers to the accounts of witnesses who unintentionally observed male-male sex acts as keyhole testimonies. A keyhole testimony was one in which an observer watches certain sexual activities from a distance and then reports them. Haggerty points to the 1772 trial of John Dix as an example of keyhole testimony used as evidence. William Rogers stated that through a partition he was able to see the defendant John Dix sodomizing a young boy. Haggerty argues that the partition or keyhole allowed the witness to view the act, but distance himself enough not to be guilty of sodomitical acts themselves. The witnesses found the acts so disturbing that they needed to report them, yet the witnesses did not stop them, perhaps because they found them entertaining or arousing. Sodomitical fear is still present in these testimonies because the witnesses portrays the act as unnatural and disturbing. The fear and disgust that expressed by the viewers is resolved in a court of law, Haggerty writes. A man found guilty of sodomy was sentenced to execution and hanging, as outlined in the 1533 Buggery Act. However, as mentioned above, some could be charged with lesser crimes and could face time at the pillory. This punishment was meant to humiliate the person publicly and allow the community to express their opinion about the person and their crime. Peter Bartlett claims that through the use of pillory, sodomites became visible and occasion was created for public interaction with sodomy. The public, who could find out what crimes a prisoner had been convicted, could attend the punishment and make known their animosity against sodomites. The reaction of the public could be violent and unforgiving. Recounted in Miss Weekly Journal, 2 unidentified men had stood in the pillory and were sadly mauled. Margaret Clapp's experience at the pillory was awful as well. The populace treated her with so much severity that she fell once off the pillory and fainted upon it several times. The following year, 3 men, who were sentenced for keeping a disorderly house for the entertainment of sodomites and for attempting to commit sodomy, were so loaded with dung and dirt that they appeared like bears. The pillory, as a public punishment, was an opportunity for the public to act out their disdain for sodomites. Their actions reflect the social beliefs that governed sexuality and masculinity in the 18th century. The pillory was a place for spectacle. Sexual activities are not private matters, as anything deemed illicit is available for public scrutiny, and in the case of some of the men in this paper, to legal persecution. What occurred behind the doors of Molly houses, like Margaret Clapp's and Julius Caesar's, could not remain hidden. Activities that had once brought enjoyment and nights of merriment became a spectacle to the public. Men who participated in activities such as dressing and acting like women and partook in sexual activities with other men became criminals, sinners, and detestable once exposed. The witness testimony of trial records, pamphlets describing the events, and satirical writings revolted the readers, but kept them coming back for more, partly to condemn the actors, but also to be entertained by London's underground Molly subculture.
Hello, everyone. I'm Taylor Prescott, a second-year PhD history student at the University of Pennsylvania, and I'm honored to present at the 2021 Transatlantic History Conference. I wish I could meet you all in person, but I'm looking forward to hearing about the fascinating research that you all are doing. Without further delay, my presentation, Jamaican Maroons, a study of symbolism, subversion, and complicity from 1800 to 1850. Throughout the Atlantic world, enslaved Africans and their descendants fled from their enslavers, forging homes in mountains, swamps, and caves. Despite being ruthlessly pursued by colonial authorities, many successfully avoided re-enslavement. These rebels came to be known as Maroons, a term deriving from the Spanish word cimarron, which means wild. Their existence, while providing hope to many enslaved people, was opposed by most 17th and 18th century whites who deemed blackness a marker of innate inferiority. Free blacks, such as Maroons, constituted an attack on cherished notions of racial hierarchy. Colonial authorities also saw Maroons as posing an inherent threat to the institution of slavery. So to discourage others from following their examples, enslavers brutally punished captured runaways. Nevertheless, the threat of death was not enough to deter Maroons. Maroon communities not only grew in population, but also in power as more and more runaways joined. And while Maroons were present all throughout the Western Hemisphere, few places had as robust a Maroon presence as Jamaica. Part of this was due to the island's topographical features. Jamaica's mountainous expanse, in particular, proved conducive to marriage. Jamaican Maroons achieved success by mastering the landscape, forging alliances with enslaved people, and engaging in guerrilla warfare. Their military triumphs over the Spanish and later their British adversaries led to the formal recognition of their freedom in the mid-18th century. But this freedom was contingent upon Maroons helping to capture all future runaways. After the signing the 1739 and 1740 treaties, Maroons would begin helping the British perpetuate slavery on the island. And by the 19th century, Jamaican Maroons were a crucial element in curbing resistance on the island. They earned a reputation for being stalwart defenders of the British Empire. However, little attention has been paid to 19th century Maroons, as scholars have largely privileged the 17th and 18th century Jamaican Maroon experience. Yet, focusing on the first half of the 19th century allows us to situate Maroons alongside monumental development, such as the Baptist Rebellion, the emergence of Haiti as a nation state, debates about slavery and the slave trade, and apprenticeship, as well as revealing insights about processes occurring within Maroon society, such as the growing adoption of Christianity and continued practice of African forms of spirituality, such as Obeah. It's imperative to place Jamaican Maroons alongside early 19th century developments, like the formation of Haiti as a nation state in 1804, and the abolition of the slave trade throughout the British Empire in 1807. Both events yield significant insight into the role that Maroons played in Jamaica during the early 19th century. In addition, they reveal how the British and other whites throughout the Atlantic world perceived both groups. Yet scholars have too often failed to show how Jamaican Maroons factor into discourses on Haiti and vice versa. And while there's a large corpus of scholarship existing on the Haitian Revolution and the Republic of Haiti, and the founding of the Republic of Haiti, few scholars have explored the movement's relationship to Jamaican Maroons. Historians have shown that the events which occurred in Haiti and its establishment as a nation state influenced Blacks and whites throughout the Atlantic world in myriad ways. Many enslaved and free Blacks drew upon Haiti in their quest to abolish slavery in other places. On the other hand, many whites throughout the Atlantic world were terrified of what was occurring in Haiti and its potential implications. In places such as Cuba, Jamaica, and the American South, the actions of Haitian revolutionaries led whites to consolidate slavery. Yet, despite extensive work on these processes, historians have failed to mention how frequently the Jamaican Maroons appeared in white discourses on Haiti during the 19th century. These discussions provide insight into how the British and other whites perceived the Jamaican Maroons, in contrast, and as well as how they perceived Haitians. In contrast to the late 18th century, when many of Jamaica's planters and colonial administrators characterized Maroons as subversives who had a similar revolutionary spirit as Blacks in Haiti. The British and whites in 19th century whites often contrasted the groups and how different they were. In 1833, the Scottish explorer Sir James Edward Alexander praised the Maroons for serving as a check upon the Negroes. This positive assessment is notable, given that he was largely negative towards people of African descent, who he generally described as quote unquote lazy and ignorant. However, Alexander framed Jamaican Maroons in stark contrast to Haitian Blacks, the latter of whom he believed is quote unquote unprepared for the blessings of freedom. Many 19th century whites, such as Alexander, viewed the Jamaican Maroons and Blacks in Haiti as occupying radically different roles. They tended to champion the former as useful, as Maroons helped defend British slaveholding interests. In contrast, Blacks in Haiti were deemed abhorrent for their defeat of the British. Yet, those whites who were vehemently opposed to slavery also compared Haitians and Jamaican Maroons, albeit in a different way. In 1831, a male British traveler to Haiti described his Black population as stronger, quote unquote, stronger, smarter, and more attractive than most people of African descent. And he wrote that Haitians, quote unquote, upright, athletic make, and habitual consciousness of freedom reminds the West Indian of the Jamaican Maroon. He proclaimed that both groups were free of what he saw as dishonoring traces of slavery. For him and other whites who espoused abolitionist sentiments, Jamaican Maroons and Haitians were both to be lauded because they achieved their freedom through military force. They argued that these groups showed that freedom did not degrade people of African descent, but merely enhanced their abilities. While it's crucial to highlight how Maroons informed discourses about Haiti, the slave trade, and slavery, it's equally pivotal to stress the role that Maroons played in policing runaways during the early 19th century. An examination of Jamaican newspapers during the era reveals it was quite common for Maroons to capture escaped slaves and return them to the British. For instance, the Royal Gazette reported that Maroons brought numerous runaways back to the British. Maroons gained a reputation for being quite skillful hunters of runaways, with the British repeatedly emphasizing their physical strength, accentuating their agility and skill with weaponry. And while there's evidence that to an extent, Maroon effectiveness was exaggerated, Maroons were often successful in their pursuits. They were particularly indispensable during the Baptist Rebellion, one of the most significant slave revolts of Jamaica's history. The Baptist Slave Rebellion would have enormous economic and social impact on the island. It began when an enslaved man named Samuel Sharp, a prominent Baptist preacher, informed his congregation that the British Parliament abolished slavery in December of 1831. It is true that the members of Parliament were becoming increasingly sympathetic to emancipation, but they had not yet ended the institution. In spite of this, news that the British abolished slavery traversed the island. It's difficult to know whether Sharp believed that Parliament ended slavery or whether he spread this belief as a ploy to galvanize other Black people. It is known he was a deeply religious man who insisted that anti-slavery views were biblically based. He was also a pacifist who urged other Blacks to protest peacefully for their emancipation. This was met with mixed results. His calls for peace were met with mixed results. In fact, they he proved successful in fomenting considerable unrest among enslaved people, many of whom rebelled. And while the Baptist Rebellion has received little attention from most historians in and of itself, the Maroon importance during this conflict has been especially understated, yet Maroons were integral to squashing the Baptist Rebellion. And because of the Maroons, the Baptist Rebellion failed, yet the Baptist Rebellion still constituted a notable blow to West Indian slavery. A mere week after Samuel Sharp's execution, the British Parliament abolished slavery in 1834. This did not mean that Maroons would not continue to play an important role as state actors, as they helped police Blacks during Britain's apprenticeship system. Nevertheless, Maroons continued to. While the Baptist Rebellion failed, it was a pivotal event and one that showcases how indispensable Maroons were to policing enslaved people. Examining 19th century Maroon history also yields insight into the endurance of Obeah and the influence of Christianity. Both Obeah and Christianity were central to Maroon identity in the 19th century. Obeah, an amalgamation of West African spiritual practices, played an important role in Maroon communities. It's a category that Europeans imposed upon a broad array of spiritual practices, which they simply label African. While historians have written about the practice of Obeah in Maroon communities, they've largely emphasized its importance in the 18th, not the 19th century. Diane Patton is a notable exception. She argues the British conceptualizations of Obeah changed during the 19th century, with whites perceiving it less an instrument of supernatural power and more a marker of racial difference. She attributes these changes to the Enlightenment era, which stressed reason and skepticism. Yet, 19th century white Jamaicans who view Obeah as superstition also recognize its mobilizing power. Maroons and other Blacks who practiced Obeah possessed great influence, which whites found threatening to both Christianity and the British Empire. The British were highly negative regarding Maroons' continued practice of Obeah, which is significant because British perceptions of Maroons in the 19th century tended to be positive, nonetheless to practice Obeah, as Obeah functioned as a form of political and spiritual authority and was lauded for its supposed role in helping Maroons gain their freedom during the First Maroon War. And like Obeah, the influence of Christianity also cannot be dismissed. By the early 19th century, many whites on the island supported missionary efforts to convert the Maroons to Christianity. Baptists, Episcopalians, and other Protestants made concerted efforts to convert Maroons. These efforts met with mixed success, with some being abject failures, but others were successes. In 1826, a group of Episcopalians wrote to the editor of the Royal Gazette to express their enthusiasm at the sight of a group of Maroons attending their church. They described roughly 50 Maroons singing songs at the church service of Reverend Donaldson. 14 years later, in 1840, traveler John Candler wrote of the growing influence of Christianity in the Maroon village of Scotts Hall. A chapel had been constructed at Scotts Hall, and a Baptist minister came from a nearby mountain to preach to the people of Scotts Hall. He says that several Maroons became persuaded by the minister to become non-drinkers. In addition, he points out many Maroons willingly sent their children to schools taught by the British. Yet he argues that some Maroons only wanted to, quote unquote, seem religious and played the part well. While the sincerity of these conversions cannot be known for certain, it is likely that at least some Maroons did convert in part or in whole to political reasons. Notably, Maroons who professed to be Christians often opposed British efforts to end polygamous practices. Their refusal to do so vexed white missionaries. Maroons, despite their long tradition of accommodating the British in the 19th century, were vehemently opposed to jettisoning certain practices and beliefs that they deemed valuable to their society. Overall, a study of Maroon life during the first half of the 19th century reveals that both Christianity and Obeah were influential. Studying the 19th century allows scholars to better grasp the syncretic character of Maroon society. And in conclusion, a focus on Maroons during the first half of the 19th century yields insight into a number of different processes. Studying this era can enhance discourses on policing, race, abolition, and religion, not only in the Jamaican context, but throughout the Atlantic world. And situating Maroons alongside 19th century developments such as the Haitian Revolution and the Baptist Rebellion poses myriad advantages. Thank you so much for your time, everyone.
All right, everybody. Well, we had some really excellent presentations to start this off. I really appreciate everyone's hard work. If you'll give me just a second here, I am going to re-enable everyone's microphones and cameras, and you will be able to turn your cameras and microphones now back on your ends whenever you're ready. Yep, we got everyone being able to do that now. Very good. So I will pass things now over then to the chair of this panel, Dr. Lydia Towns. Thank you, Lydia.
All right, thank you, William. And thank you to everybody for your papers and for attending today's presentations. This panel was really very good. It was quite exciting. We had 4 fascinating papers that really go a long way to promoting discussions that both stimulate our own discussions of the Atlantic world, but also prompt us to think much deeper about this early modern Atlantic time. All right, so I'm going to introduce our candidates, say a couple of comments about their papers, but these were really stimulating papers, and I don't want to take up too much of your time. So if you have questions, go ahead and start putting them in the chat stream if you want to, or I will open up the floor for you to ask the presenters your questions yourself if you would like to. I'm going to start with our first presenter. Ash is a PhD candidate and teaching assistant at the University of Texas at Dallas. He specializes in 19th century North American frontier history, the history of the guitar, and the history of the transatlantic slave trade. He is currently finalizing the proposal for his dissertation and hopes to defend his research in person sometimes in 2022. And we all are right there with you, hoping you get to defend in person next year. Next up, we have Jennifer Wells. She is a second-year doctoral student at Texas A&M University, studying the intersections of foodways, print culture, and gender from the colonial period to the early republic. And her paper really does an excellent job of highlighting a lot of this research that she is doing. Then we have Ashley, our own Ashley from UT Arlington. She is a third-year doctoral student at UTA. Her interests are in England during the long 18th century, the history of sexuality, and portraiture. Ashley received both her bachelor and a master's degree in history from UT Arlington, as well as a postgraduate certificate in museum cultures from Birkbeck College, University of London. And then finally, our last presenter was Taylor, and he is a second-year PhD history student at the University of Pennsylvania. Taylor specializes in 18th and 19th century African American and Caribbean history, with further interests in West African history and Maroon communities throughout the Atlantic world. His academic advisors are Professor, well, forgive me if I say this wrong, Professor Rocinaldo Ferreira and Professor Kathy Brown. Hope I didn't butcher that too much. Taylor is a U.S. Fulbright alumnus and obtained a bachelor's degree at Fisk University and a master's degree at Georgetown University. Besides history, he also enjoys chess, reading fantasy novels, and collecting vinyls. So we have an interesting group of presenters here. So a couple of comments I would like to make about these papers to try and stimulate some of our discussions before opening up the floor for questions. Ash, I found your paper absolutely fascinating. You're highlighting an understudied area of the transatlantic slave trade. This is something I fully support. I, for a time, considered doing my dissertation research on smuggling within the transatlantic slave trade. So I'm excited to see someone else looking at a hidden trade in the Atlantic world. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit on the volume of Scottish participation in the Atlantic slave trade, either the number of Scottish merchants who are participating in it or the volume of human cargo that they are transporting. The other thought I had as I read your paper and then listened to it again today, you're really building up a network of Scottish trade in the Atlantic world. And I wonder how much of this helps inform a concept of a Scottish Atlantic. Even though they don't have their own imperial sphere, do we see a Scottish Atlantic building out of this kinship network? And how does that inform their concepts of a Scottish identity? Jennifer, I loved your paper. It was fascinating using the cookbooks to try and dig at this female identity in the British Atlantic world. And I'd be really interested to know what kind of annotations these women were making in the cookbooks. And that might be hard to get at, but you know, what pages tend to be dog-eared the most? Or is there any kind of evidence regarding which recipes were used more often than other recipes? I'm also interested in the volume of the number of cookbooks brought into the colonies to be sold and how many of them might have actually been purchased and used. You mentioned within the paper how many editions some of them went through. So I'd be curious to know, you know, are they shipping over a half dozen, one or two? What kind of volume are we talking about there? Now, Ashley, your paper was very, very well fascinating to listen to. This is an area that seems to be gaining a little bit more attention, and it was a lot of fun to hear your thoughts on this. I'm curious about the relationship we see with this heightened fear almost of sodomy and the eventual Great Awakening, because it all seems to be coming about the same time period. And some of the language that you mentioned was very reminiscent of some of the hellfire and brimstone preaching that we're going to see during the Great Awakening. I'm also interested in the connection to economics here. So the newspapers are scandalizing what's going on. Is that because there really and truly is a fear in the society at the time of this sinful act? And how much of that is the newspaper trying to sell more issues? And that might not be something that you're able to get at right now in your research, but that'd be something I'd be really curious to try and untangle a little bit more, and whether or not the economics of the trade are driving the scandalism, the spectacle of what is going on here. And Taylor, your paper answered so many questions for me, because that is one of the things I often think about whenever I'm reading new literature on the Maroon colonies in Jamaica. What's going on in the 19th century? Like I said, this is understudied. I'm so excited to see somebody doing some fresh research on this. One of the things that struck me reading your paper, listening to you talking about it, is that movement to evangelize to the Maroon communities. How much of that is really an effort at evangelism? How much of that is an effort to bring them within the British community and make them part of the British Empire on a cultural level? And how does the British Empire perceive them within the culture? Because in some ways they're outside of the culture, living in their Maroon communities, refusing to give up all aspects of their culture. But in other ways, they're an extension of the British government and helping police the island. So where do they fall? And you mentioned that they're not willing to give up all of their cultural traits, like polygamy. Were there any other areas of the Maroon culture that they just absolutely are adamant they will not give up? So that would be something I would be interested in learning a little bit more about. I would also be interested in seeing a little bit more discussion on what the attitudes of whites in the Southern antebellum society were towards this Maroon community. We've seen some literature on how the Haitian Revolution impacted the antebellum South, but do we have any evidence of how the Maroon communities are impacting the antebellum South? So those are kind of my thoughts. Again, these are fascinating papers. Y'all don't want to listen to me the whole time, so I'm going to open up the floor for questions or to allow our presenters to address any of the comments that I made. Okay. Y'all have access to your microphones. Feel free to go ahead and just take over if you want to. All right,
I'll go ahead
Ashley.
and start. To the first question you raised about the relationship with the fear of sodomy and the Great Awakening, definitely I would say there is something there because the Reform societies were very Protestant-based, Christian-based, and it was definitely a reaction to the end of the Commonwealth. And sort of when you had the big Protestant, this here Puritan control over England, I think once that goes away and you see the debauchery of the Charles II court, there is that fear of sexuality getting out of hand. And so I think it will kind of go into these moral panics is what I think that time kind of really shows is a moral panic that kind of goes to, well, everyone needs to lend itself more to Christianity. And I think so to the second one, it really is a fear that's happening with sodomy. But I think that goes with any illicit sexual act at this time because of, like I said, the Reform societies are not just going after male same-sex acts, but also policing male heterosexuality in general and going after prostitutes, female prostitutes as well, and anything that is not in that sort of Puritan ideal morality they're kind of going after. So I think newspapers want to sensationalize it, but I think with some of the other print, the evidence that I've used, it definitely does show a sort of fear. And it does erupt again, definitely with the Victorian era, but also again with the World Wars. So I think it's just going to keep kind of popping up, and it is a fear towards men who engage in sex with other men.
Well, thank you very much, Ashley. Would anyone else like to make some comments?
I'll go. Can y'all see me? My camera's on, but I don't know.
Yes, I can see you.
Okay, great. All right, so about the annotations, I think that's a really, really good question to ask. Unfortunately, because of COVID, I haven't really had access to the archives, so I've been looking online, and a lot of times the printed versions that are available online are the ones that don't have any annotations, so it's kind of tricky to get access to that. But I think that's a really, really good question. Evidence that the recipes were used, that's another good question. And one way that I plan to do that is I want to look at various additions over time and see what recipes stay and or develop or how they change. So that's kind of in the future for me, but I also think that's a really good point. The exact amount, that's another good thing that I need to look into further, but I do think the volumes that are being published and republished kind of indicate the ubiquity of the cookbooks. And what's really interesting, and this is kind of further down the line, is looking at how British cookbooks kind of became or set a precedence for American cookbooks, so early national period cookbooks. And that's kind of the trace that I hope to explore further. So, but your comments were really good and helpful, so thank you.
Yeah, that would be a really interesting line to follow later in your research, seeing if we maintain some of this British identity even when we are focusing on our Americanness. All right, Ash.
I wanted to make a comment on your paper and kind of what you guys were discussing right there. Another line to possibly follow, kind of thinking of mine and Taylor's papers, more kind of Caribbean based. How did the changes of British cuisine kind of over time be influenced, or were they influenced by each island, and what sort of degree was the enslaved African cuisine coming in to actually on the plantations and within some of the elite classes that were happened to be there, or the overseer classes and stuff like that, and how that actually might have influenced preferences, not just of what was shipped in and kind of what could be shipped out, but like your research talking about what could be shipped in obviously dictated what they could actually make. So that might actually give a little bit of guidelines or parentheses around what sort of recipes could actually be created at all, and seeing how that might change with influxes of new products, new commodities, and different time periods. And so if those if you could graph it maybe and see if there's spikes, in 1770s or something, there's a giant influx of these types of recipes because of cumin or some kind of spice was introduced or was adopted. So I thought that was really nice that you kind of plotting these different lines. But I was wondering if you're looking at, or as you're doing this, you find these other lines like, wow, there are so many different ways that I can examine this British cuisine and how it not only impacted outwards, but impacted inwards as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really good comment. And I will say that when you start looking at like the early American cookbooks, you start seeing like Indian flapjacks where they're using like cornmeal instead of flour. So they start, incorporating corn into these, cookbooks. And as to your point about enslaved cooks, there's this really fascinating book that came out. It's called Bound to the Fire, and it's by Kelly Dietz, and she does an amazing job. She uses like archaeology to kind of like determine what life was like for enslaved women in the kitchen, and then kind of how they transformed and shaped American cuisine. And it's really brilliant. And I hope to kind of build on that as well, because it's a really fascinating book.
Thank you.
Dr. Towns, first of all, thank you so much for your really helpful comments, really kind and thought-provoking. Regarding your first question, I think that the effort to evangelize the Maroons was in part rooted, strictly in a desired, strictly rooted in religious considerations, but I also think that it functioned as a marker of civilization, because like even in the 19th century, when you have all these British accounts praising the Jamaican Maroons for their effort in policing the enslaved, and there's an effort on utility, it's also clear that they don't perceive Maroons as equals, or they still view Maroon culture as innately inferior, culturally inferior, and so that's something that's really stark to me. I've read a lot of Caribbean newspapers are one of the main types of sources that I work with, and it's not uncommon to see Maroons being praised for utility, while also about being denigrated the next paragraph for living arrangements, for agricultural practices, for language. And so definitely they're not culturally, they're still seen as innately inferior, because there is a strong African retention among Maroon communities, although I won't say it's been overstated, but there's also Maroon cultures were also really syncretic in the sense that they were influenced by British customs as well. And so there's a strong Creole culture, I'd say, even while because they weren't enslaved, they were more, arguably better able to preserve certain practices. Regarding your second point, I think the Southern antebellum culture, that's fascinating, because like even though I found a lot of sources from Barbados and Grenada and British people British subjects on other Caribbean islands, discussing Jamaican Maroons and applauding their utility. I haven't found nearly as much about in the United States, Southern antebellum culture. Now, I have stumbled across, this was in the 1840s, where there's an American newspaper is remarking on the Great Dismal Swamp Maroons of Virginia and North Carolina. And they're saying, oh, Jamaica isn't the only place with Maroons. There are hundreds of escaped families living in the swamps of Virginia and North Carolina, and so there's that reference, which I thought was interesting, but I've still.
It almost sounds like, hey, look, we're joining a club. We have our own Maroons.
Definitely, but I do want to explore that angle, because I think it's really fascinating. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Ash.
Taylor, I really, really enjoyed your paper. Obviously the slave trade part of the transatlantic slave trade is kind of
fascinating.
I enjoyed researching and learning about it, because it's such a giant part of our history that it often, I'd like to answer your question as well later, why it's kind of swept under the rug in some places like Scotland. But for your paper specifically, I had a couple points. I wanted to ask you if you were familiar with Edward Rugemer's book, The Problem of Emancipation in the Caribbean, and the kind of connection between the Civil War and the Caribbean.
I'm not.
So in that book, I believe Rugemer really discusses the influences of the Caribbean and how individuals in South Carolina per se, or other congressional officials and planter elites looked to the revolts happening in Jamaica and in Barbados and in these areas, and saw the Maroons and saw what could be capable of a lot of these Maroons. And there's actually a lot of, I believe, documentation between the certain agents that were sent over to Jamaica and to Barbados, talking about and actually kind of doing surveillance on some of these little Maroon communities and stuff like that. So that might be a little bit of more research for you to look into, because his basic argument is that the Civil War was kind of sparked because of these revolts and because of what was happening in the Caribbean. So that might be a little interest to you. And then my question to you, just because my paper is about Scotland and kind of the Scottish, and just from my history, and you had mentioned Barbados and Grenada and obviously Jamaica, all of those islands are heavily prevalent in Scots clans and Scottish individuals coming into those islands in order to exploit and create these plantations. But my question would be more towards the ideology of the Maroons. Is there any, or to what extent is there any sort of Scottish ideological connections between their views of freedom and how they viewed maybe themselves? Trying to think of, Hobbes and sort of these sort of contemporary individuals writing these sorts of things, that obviously there's maybe some word of mouth or something coming from scripture relation or something that might be, like I said, have a Scottish flair of freedom. That I was wondering if you found any sort of connection between Scotsmen and Maroons, because that would actually kind of be helpful in my research as well.
No, that's a fascinating point, and I know a bit about it, not a lot, but I do know that in a lot of, this is more so the 18th century, but a lot of Enlightenment thinkers, were, free blacks and Maroons communities, often fascinated a lot of Enlightenment philosophers, because many saw, these groups as embodiments of this freedom, particularly Enlightenment philosophers who were critical of slavery. And I'm not sure what Hobbes and some other Scottish Enlightenment philosophers stated about it specifically, but I have thought that Maroon, I have thought that there needs to be greater attention to, I guess, the intellectual history, 18th and 19th century European intellectual history in Maroon communities. I do know that Maroons were influenced by British legal systems. It's interesting, during 1795 and 1796, during the Second Maroon War, when the Trelawney Maroons revolted, they drafted up a letter, and it's interesting how they characterized themselves as a sovereign people, and they used a lot of language that was popular or in the British Isles at that time, and it really made me think about how their Haitian counterparts did the same with with the French, with French political culture. And so, yeah, I do think that there needs to be a greater emphasis, or there's a potential connection there between the intellectual history of European history and Maroon culture. But it's regarding how Maroons kind of conceptualize themselves. It's interesting because a lot of the British, in 19th century British, argued that Maroons possessed a disdain for enslaved people and, enjoy helping to send them, to return them, when it's likely that the truth was a bit more complicated, because even though in 1739 and 1740, that was the first Maroon War. That's when it concluded, and the Maroons signed a treaty with the British to, in exchange for their freedom, they would apprehend other runaways. But when you look at Caribbean newspapers, you see that well after that, British planters enslavers are complaining that Maroons are still harboring enslaved people, and still, but I've noticed it becomes significantly less reported in the 19th century. And so I was thinking, okay, why would that be? And I think the most likely connection is the Second Maroon War in 1795 and 1796. And after that, after the Second Maroon War ended, in the Trelawney Maroons being deported from the island of Jamaica. They were actually deported from first Nova Scotia to Sierra Leone. Ruma Chopra's Almost Home is a really good book. You all should check out if you're interested. But I think after, you had a sizable amount of Maroons deported from the island, I believe that changed the trajectory, the power trajectory, because not only were the Maroons population, not only was it hurt in terms of in numbers, sheer numbers, but Maroons didn't want to be deported themselves. And so I think that there was greater emphasis on accommodating the British, or less, more compliance. And it's something that is difficult to prove, because I'm still constrained by these sources, but which are heavily Eurocentric in nature. I don't have a lot of perspectives from the Maroons, which can be frustrating, but I do know that up until the late 18th century, it's common for British planters to complain that Maroons are still harboring runaways. And then after the Second Maroon War, that's not mentioned anymore. And so I'm thinking the most likely explanation is the Second Maroon War at the end of the 18th century, in which case the Trelawney would have been deported. And, one can only imagine its influence on other Maroon communities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I guess I'm left with answering the questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Towns, for the comments and the very nice things you said, and also for hosting our panel. The two main questions that I believe you kind of had is, one is why so little kind of Scottish involvement, and then also kind of what does that mean for Scotland, kind of on the whole, like what sort of does that mean to the national identity and kind of the evolution of Scotland itself. For me, this was kind of an experiment of sample size, right? I have been introduced to the Slave Voyages database itself. If anybody's not familiar with that, just type in Slave Voyages database and just have fun and kind of just look at these sorts of things and these documents there. But on it, I was just searching and doing all kinds of filters and stuff, and I was actually doing some research on a family member that was an indentured servant in 1651 on the ship John and Sarah. And I had noticed that after it had dropped off my ancestor in Massachusetts, it went down to Barbados, and before it got to Barbados to deliver some goods, it actually shipwrecked and was completely destroyed. But the name John and Sarah I found in another ship that was a slave ship, and it was within a year. And I'm like, how is there two John and Sarahs at the same time? Apparently, John and Sarah is just a very famous name on a lot of ships, and you have to look at kind of where they're registered. But just finding that happenstance, I ended up finding kind of where it was registered, and out of Liverpool, but its owner was a Scottish gentleman. And I was like, oh, okay, well, how many other Scottish owners are there of ships? And the list of, English ownership kind of dwindles down once you start using these filters. And it went to Scottish ownership, and it went a little bit smaller. And I was like, wait, I'm just going to do this. Vessels from Scotland. And so the way that this kind of the paper works as well is my experimental sample size was just a Scottish port. So the beginning of the voyage and the end of the voyage basically had to start and end in a Scottish port. The filter on the slave voyages was super easy, and it ended up just being 23. 23 voyages is a very nice kind of sample size to really dig deep and look closely into. So I was able to look at, obviously in this paper, I really just highlighted the Buchanan and Simpson relationship. But in my notes, this is like actually a 30-page paper that I cut just for this. But the actual notes and all that stuff really follow Thomas Douglas, George Maxwell, and all these other types of individuals that basically, as long as they started in Leith, Montrose, Glasgow, within a Scottish port itself. And what I wanted to do with that sample size is kind of figure out what I could learn from that. And that's where I derived kind of this thesis about this, how we think of Scotland and we think of Braveheart and clanships and chiefdoms and all these things. We don't really realize that, Oliver Cromwell, and after Oliver Cromwell, that sort of chiefdom, clanship foundations in existence within Scotland disappears, right? They're fully absorbed into the English kind of institutional systems, basically. So I had looked at, well, where do those clans go? Where did the ties between families and close networks between social groups that are communally based, locally based, where did those go? They didn't just disappear. Well, I started finding them within these merchant houses that worked collectively together and wouldn't work with other merchant houses. They only worked with themselves according to the ledgers. And I started figuring out, just surmising why that might be. And kind of in the paper is an underlying thing is, for my sample size to really work, it's not just within a Scottish port, but it's these individuals that happen to just work with just Scots, or people that were connected to Scottish families, Scottish individuals, or Scottish communities that, with more research, who knows, you could just make them all out of the Clan Angus, who knows, it just depends on how much further you look. So to answer your first question, there's really not much out there if you look at just Scotland, because it's been lumped with English history. And I view that as a problem of history is either lumped or pulled apart when we kind of discuss it, and this is one of those areas where really Scotland is just shoved in there with English history and the imperial power of England itself. I wanted to tease that out, number one, and then to answer how does this really affect Scotland, or what might this do for and mean for Scotland's identity. That's why I kind of name dropped T.M. Devine, or Sir T.M. Devine, because he's really at the forefront of this sort of thing where because it's been lumped with English history, Scotland is kind of, not calling out the whole Scottish country or anything, but they've swept slavery under the rug. And basically, when we talk about Buchanan himself, yeah, he was a tobacco trader, and at the very tail end of his life, he was a slave trader. But his company and his sons and the individuals that he had create this foundation, the ship bank, and all these things, went on to do slave trade. So when we have these streets that are called Buchanan or Simpson and stuff like that, it's still present today. And people in Scotland look at those and go, how did we really get the wealth for these buildings? How did we get the architectural and the all these sorts of things that created the cities that were actually at home that benefited from the trade itself? So hopefully my research as well as some of the other historians I mentioned in my paper will help, not just lay blame, because it's not about laying blame. It's really about understanding how almost every country was involved in some way, and it has accountability in the transatlantic slave trade. And Scotland is just as accountable as Holland or Germany, as I kind of mentioned as well, with some of those traders that they worked with, because they benefited from the profit as well and from the trade. So I hope I answered your questions.
You did, and that was absolutely fascinating. And the bit about the clans expanding out into the Atlantic just kind of reinforces this notion that's growing in the back of my mind of a Scottish Atlantic, even if it doesn't have the imperial flag. I think that would be really interesting side angle to kind of help build this framework of clanship and merchant networks in the Atlantic. We do have several questions that have come into the chat stream now. Ashley, if you would like to answer some of these, it looks like we have a couple of questions for you on the support for the groups or pushback to the anti-sodomy laws. We've got a student asking, was the public attitude so hostile that no one dared speak up in support or pushback? And then we have another question for Ashley. Is there evidence of legal or social consequences for the families of convicted sodomites? That's a good one. Or did the force of law fall mainly on the convicted? All right.
So to answer the first one, there does not seem to be any pushback against this, not until the 20th century. And maybe a little bit with the Victorian era, we have Oscar Wilde, but not until then. It's going to be mainly, they are kind of cornered and hunted, I guess is a way to phrase it. But there's really no pushback until you start seeing the world wars. And then, of course, in the 60s and 70s, you see more of it. Also, when it comes to the families of the convicted, for the most part, it does not seem that there's any sort of recourse, any sort of the government taking any property from them. But of course, there is that social shame of a husband or father being executed for sodomy. And so that, of course, would affect the family socially as well. So thank you for those questions.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jennifer, we have a question for you in the chat screen. Do these cookbooks give detailed instructions and measurements, or do they assume a prior understanding of cooking techniques? Are the authors speaking to amateurs or professionals?
So with a lot of these, the authors are speaking to, well, with the British cookbooks, they're speaking more to house servants. So these are not necessarily complete amateurs, but they kind of have an idea of cooking. And so the examples are kind of like, I opened a cookbook with that question just to verify, but it says, take 8 pigeons newly killed and cut them in small pieces and kind of put them with a pint of water and season them an onion. So it's not like a bundle of sweet herbs. So it's not really like very specific as you would find with our cookbooks today. It's kind of like take a mutton of leg and roast it, so it's a little bit of a different kind of, I guess they expected people to have understanding or at least knowledge of cookery. And I actually had a question for Ash. And it is, so you're talking about Scottish merchants or, Scottish ships. And I'm wondering if there's kind of a conflict between Scottish merchants and English planters. Like if their identity is Scottish, is so ingrained, and then you have Englishmen who are tobacco planters in, let's say, Virginia, are they clashing at all, or are they getting along, or how is that relationship playing out? And do they identify as Scottish, or do they kind of come up with a British identity because they're so close together, because they're, that was just my question.
Thank you. I actually want to know a little bit more about that as well, as like how much on the ground is this prevalent, right? Is this just Scottish on Scottish type interaction? But to answer your question, I found it because of the sample size, because it's only Scotland, right? I feel like I was only looking at slave voyages, so the voyages that happened to go to Africa and happened to pick up the enslaved captives. I think that on the whole, more Scottish, like I said, since it's been lumped into English history, it's been lumped into English history because after the Navigation Acts were really kind of made a lot of guidelines and stringent laws and regulations against shipping itself. And in Scotland, right when Oliver Cromwell kind of took over, right before King Charles came back, there were only like, I think I mentioned in my paper, or one of the versions of it, that was only like 80 vessels left in the country of Scotland that could actually do sea overseas, and a little bit of probably about 30 more less than those that could actually make it across the Atlantic back and forth. So the shipping industry in Scotland itself, just as Scottish, kind of like holding the national flag, just Scottish, was really decimated. And so they had to rebuild that in different areas. So I would like to see what sort of merchant, and more merchant as a larger definition, meaning tobacco merchant, rice merchant, all these things, instead of just what I was looking at, just slave trade merchant. But I would like to figure that out as well. I hope I answered that.
And Ash, I have actually have a book recommendation. There's, well, a source, primary source. It's Transatlantic Sketches by James Edward Alexander, and he was a Scottish explorer who he traveled all throughout North and South America. And it's interesting because he's giving his different impressions of slaving enterprises in Brazil, Jamaica, the United States, Barbados. It's a really cool source. And because he was Scottish, he talks about, you know, about being Scottish himself. And I think it could be really helpful.
Thank you. Thank everybody for your guys' recommendations as well. I've got a whole bunch of books to buy now.
Always.
It's one of the best things about conferences, right? Walk away with a book list. Actually, I have a question for you. I'm wondering about this hysteria that we see in London, and you really focus in on a couple of London trials. Do you know if newspapers in other cities are picking up on what's going on in London? You know, are they talking in Bath about this recent trial in London and sharing in this hysteria? Or do they have their own hysteria that's kind of corresponding with it?
That is a really good question. I have not found anything about that, just because London being the capital and being the center really of urbanization, you don't really see it. It seems to be maybe kind of like the idea of within kind of what I'm reading from my comps right now, the idea of cities being the place where different groups of people can meet together. And you may not see that necessarily outside of extremely big cities. And so far I have not found anything outside of that. And a lot of secondary sources I've read when it comes to male same-sex acts don't go beyond London. And it might just be because there wasn't as much prosecution outside of London, except for well-known figures such as Castlehaven, who was a lord, Earl of Castlehaven. And so it just may not be, it might be because no one really cared to prosecute. But in London with the Reformation societies, you know, they kind of brought it to the public's attention to where the government and the justice system really could not ignore it.
I think it might be worthwhile to look into what's going on in Bristol at the time, because it is such a strong maritime community. And, you know, sodomy on the maritime world has been an issue for quite some time. And that's kind of my next question for you, was whether or not you had seen any correlation between what's going on in London and the sodomy laws within the maritime community.
Not really, actually. A lot of it be just because it's based on what evidence, you know, was being uncovered. I did see a few like one-line sentences in other newspapers that said, you know, young man or young boy off of this ship from another country was arrested, you know, for something, but then that would be it. So for some reason, it seems in the 1720s, it's these more detailed court records and then also newspaper stories about it. And then, of course, you know, the early 1700s as well. And then before and after, there's not too much. It's usually one-liners that seem to be lost within the rest of the list of criminals that have been arrested. So it's just very interesting. It seems to kind of pop up for a couple of decades and then go away.
Interesting. Kind of like a bad flu, comes and goes.
Yeah, and another thing is you will see in other countries earlier and also later in Italy, different states of Italy during the Renaissance, they did have hysteria like this. Amsterdam, France until the French Revolution, and that is in 1789 is when France made sodomy, I guess you can say sodomy, legal for a while. So it seemed to be a lot of the newspaper sources outside of the 1700s in England would focus on people outside who were foreigners who were being arrested for it. So it was a foreign problem that they were bringing to England.
Okay, that in and of itself is really fascinating as well.
Yes. But I will definitely need to look into Bristol and other port cities as well and see if there's more evidence there.
Yeah, it's something that pops up a lot with the maritime community, and different waves of exploration tend to highlight it a little bit within maritime records. Okay. Do we have any other questions from the audience? William, you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Jennifer, actually. And I was curious to what degree cooking and cookbooks are entertainment during the time and place you're looking at, because you talked about the art of cookery being alongside the Arabian Nights and Don Quixote. So I was curious, if people are cooking as much for fun as it is a chore or a task or a formal thing.
That's a really good question. Thank you for asking. I would say that from my research, I haven't really been able to suss out like women's diaries saying I've cooked, from Hannah glasses, and listing the recipe. I haven't really found that as much, but when I was doing the research for this paper, I was looking at a lot of like colonial newspapers, and in those colonial newspapers there was so much about British cuisine and just kind of like these pieces that they would pull from London and just reprint in America, and it was very much like reflective of the prefaces, where anti-French sentiment was just, everywhere in a lot of these articles I was reading. So I guess like cookery and cuisine as a kind of entertainment or as a way of like establishing identity versus the comparison of other, that was kind of very much present in a lot of the articles that I was seeing. But that's a really good question.
Yes, that's fascinating. Thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions, comments, thoughts for our presenters? All right, we've got somebody typing. Okay. This is a question. Okay. Well, while I give everybody just a minute or two to think of one last question, Jennifer, I have a question for you that I debated about asking because it was omitted in your recording, but it's in the paper that you submitted, and I'm really curious about it. So in the paper you submitted, you mentioned that Eliza Smith's cookbook was edited by one of the publishers in Williamsburg, and he omits several recipes. What's the significance of those recipes?
Okay, I actually have not like compared them side by side, but it's just like very much like, as I understand it, it's not like a big omission. It's just kind of like a half-hearted attempt. And that's significant. The reason that part is significant is because it's the first time that an English cookbook is modified to suit an American audience. And then it's not until 1798 with Amelia Simmons' American Cookery that you get your first American cookbook published in America by an American author. So that's kind of the only time before then that you kind of have this kind of modification for recipes.
Okay. Well, I'd be fascinated to know.
Yes, I know.
What he admits, why. Is it a matter of the ingredients like Ash brought up, or is it more, this is too fancy for our colonial kitchens? But that would be really interesting.
Yeah.
All right. I don't see any other comments or hands from the audience. So I want to thank everybody for attending this panel. Thank you to our presenters. You guys did an amazing job. This was really a very fun panel to get to observe and comment on. All right, William, you turned your camera on, so I guess I will hand it over to you.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Lydia, for moderating the panel. I sure appreciate your time. Thank you to all the presenters. This was really fascinating. We really started off this conference strong with you guys. Sure appreciate it. And now we're going to go to just another intermission until our next panel beginning at 6 p.m. So hopefully some of you will be able to stick around for that if you'd like to see it. And definitely stick around for our special collections tour if you can. That's going to be a really fun event. But for now, we will leave you to another intermission. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rick Townsend. It's my privilege to talk to you this evening, and my subject is William Jennings Bryan. The paper I'm going to present is titled Transatlantic Conversions, William Jennings Bryan's Changed Mind Related to the Great War and to the Dangers of Darwinism. William Jennings Bryan was a noted American politician from the late 19th through the early 20th century, when he was active in Nebraska politics as a national congressman in 1890 until his death in 1925. He ran for president 3 times in 1896, 1900, and 1908. He was not successful in those runs, but he was influential during his entire lifetime from the 1888 period onward. From 1913 to 1915, he was Secretary of State during the tumultuous period when the United States was trying to determine what it would do with relation to the Great War raging in Europe. The first thing we'll address is his first conversion from peace to war. Some contend that Bryan was a pacifist, but I think this is a mischaracterization. He was not opposed to war as a principle, but he was opposed to loss of innocent life. Historian William Koenig uses a quote that suggests that he was a pacifist, but again, the first thing I'll demonstrate is that he was not opposed to capital punishment. He wasn't opposed to the use of government force when it was appropriate to do so. The quote Koenig uses is from a 1900 presidential nomination speech in which Bryan was campaigning against imperialism, and he said, "It is our duty to avoid killing a human being, no matter where the human being lives or to what race or class he belongs." And he was referring at this point to the Philippines and Cuba, where the United States was involved in some territorial expansion activities that Bryan opposed. He suggested that should we proceed on that course, that much loss of innocent life would occur. Bryan opposed that, and he said, "Let us hope for the coming of a day when human life will be so sacred that it will never be taken except when necessary to punish a crime already committed or to prevent a crime about to be committed." So Bryan was opposed to the territorial expansion that would result in loss of life, just as he was using an analogy here to say we would prevent a crime from being committed or punish one that had already been committed. So he was not opposed, again, to government use of force when it was appropriate. It's also illustrative that he was involved in the Spanish-American War. He served with the Nebraska Regiment. He's shown here on the left. He was willing to take up arms when called by his nation to do so, and he was not opposed to the appropriate use of military force, again, when it was justified. The third data point against pacifism as a principle that Bryan clung to was that he came to support American involvement in the Great War. Now, this is his first major conversion. He was against the war for many years and eventually came to support it. And we'll talk about this change of heart and how the Atlantic had to play a part in that. During the period of 1913 to 15, when Bryan was Secretary of State, he worked to oppose the United States' entry into World War I. Here he is with the Wilson cabinet. He and Wilson were increasingly at odds over Wilson's pro-England and France stance. Wilson is known by some as an Anglophile. He was opposed to German efforts, and he was especially incensed with Germany's U-boat warfare against shipping on the Atlantic. Bryan was also concerned about that, but in addition, he was concerned that as the United States was in a neutral stance, the government was increasingly taking the side of the Allies who were involved in acts of war, such as a blockade against Germany, and also shipping arms on neutral vessels, while Germany was doing U-boat submarine activity. So both sides were involved in acts of war, but only one side was being critiqued by the Wilson administration. The tenor of the notes became increasingly hostile toward Germany and one-sided, and Bryan continued to try to slow Wilson's advance into the war down. Eventually, he was concerned again that the United States would be pulled into war should Americans experience great loss of life. As early as 1914, however, there were reports of mass murder in Europe, the wanton burning of villages and towns, the conscription of civilians forced to join the war effort as slave laborers, and many of these reports came out of Belgium. One of the concerns Bryan had was that American travelers on ships that were traveling to Europe, either under the Allied flags or neutral flags like the United States, should loss of life occur from the U-boat activity, that loss of American lives might pull the United States increasingly toward the war. The transatlantic ocean crossings were a luxurious way to travel, and they were a big factor in Americans being able to get around, but it was also a big way that the munitions were transported to the Allied effort. Here's the Lusitania, which in 1915 managed to be sunk by a German U-boat and fulfilled Bryan's worst fears. And as Americans raised an outcry of the loss of life, and increasingly pressure on the Wilson administration was raised to join the war effort. Bryan tried to slow down that effort, but he was unsuccessful, and as the notes became increasingly hostile, he felt that he had no other choice but to resign as Secretary of State, which he did a month after Lusitania was sunk. He said at that point, "I shall live up to a patriot's duty if war comes, but until that time I shall do what I can to save my country from its horrors." At this point, Vernon Kellogg comes into our narrative. From 1914 to 1916, he was involved as a relief worker with the Commission for Relief in Belgium, which was trying to get food to the Belgian nationals. He wrote a book called Headquarters Nights, which was a record of his conversations and experiences at the headquarters of German army in France and Belgium. Kellogg was allowed to travel around Belgium to observe what was happening, but he was increasingly restricted in his activities by his German handlers who would go with him everywhere he went. But in the evenings, he would return to the headquarters and have dinner with them and lengthy conversations into the night. At this point, the situation was that Belgium raised very little of its own food supply, and Kellogg reports that during the German occupation, that small supply was confiscated. Great Britain's naval blockade exacerbated the problem. By winter, the Belgian people were near starvation. Kellogg continues that his Headquarters Nights record is the confessions of a converted pacifist. He said that natural selection based on violent and fatal competitive struggle is the gospel of the German intellectuals, and those same intellectuals use natural selection to explain that for the good of the world there should be this war. They tried to convince Kellogg that the Germans should win the war and win it completely and terribly. This thought process was not mere intellectual game for the Germans, according to Kellogg. They fight, he said, not simply because they are forced to, but because, curiously enough, they believe much of their talk. This is one of the dangers from the Germans to which the world is exposed. They really believe much of what they say. Kellogg came to understand the German officer's point of view would never allow any land or people controlled by it to exist peacefully by the side of a people governed by the American point of view, for their point of view does not permit a live and let live kind of carrying on. It is a point of view that justifies itself by a wholehearted acceptance of the worst of neo-Darwinism, the Allmacht of natural selection applied rigorously to human life and society and culture. Allmacht is an unstoppable force that has to continue. Kellogg's book documented the conversion of a pacifist to an ardent supporter of the war, not of war, but of this war, of fighting this war to a definitive end, and that end being Germany's conversion to be a good Germany or not much of a Germany at all. Teddy Roosevelt wrote the introduction to that book and was convinced by its record as well. He said, "The man who reads Kellogg's sketch and yet fails to see why we are at war and why we must accept no peace save that of overwhelming victory is neither a good American nor a true lover of mankind." William Jennings Bryan and his family ran a newspaper in Lincoln, Nebraska called The Commoner. And in the paper, a month after that book was released, a lengthy summary of it was part of a commentary by a British Lord, member of the House of Lords. So within a month of the time the book came out, Bryan's newspaper, of which Bryan had to have been aware of the contents, was advocating the same views that Kellogg did. And that leads to his second conversion from passive to advocate regarding the teaching of evolution. In 1908, Bryan had said he was not willing to carry the doctrine of evolution as far as some do, but he did not want to find fault with others if they wanted to accept it. That changed after Kellogg's book and other influences, whereas Kellogg used this evidence to promote his own non-Darwinian view of evolutionary development. Bryan saw it as a reason to suppress Darwinian teaching. By the early 1920s, a militant Bryan was advising Christians to protect the religion from its most insidious enemy, namely Darwin's theory. He wrote a pamphlet and began speaking on the subject of the menace of Darwinism beginning in 1921. Bryan came to believe that to destroy the faith of Christians and to lay the foundation for the bloodiest war in history would seem enough to condemn Darwinism. In summary, the Atlantic Ocean played a key role in Bryan's anti-war rhetoric before the Great War and in the period during which he was Secretary of State and in the period leading up to the United States' involvement in the Great War. Bryan's concern with the Atlantic as shipping formed a major foundation for his efforts to slow American advance toward the war, and the across the Atlantic experiences of Vernon Kellogg further strengthened the transatlantic connections to Bryan's conversion from standing against American involvement in the Great War to supporting it. This same militarism that Bryan was concerned about led him to oppose teaching of Darwinian evolution in schools where he had only been passive to it beforehand. Ultimately, those activities propelled him toward a fateful meeting in a courtroom in Dayton, Tennessee, and it was in that courtroom that he sparred with the gifted trial attorney Clarence Darrow. But that, alas, is a story for another day. For now, we'll stop our story of William Jennings Bryan, and I'll thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Eric Spank. I am a PhD student at the University of Texas at Arlington, and this is my paper entitled Trading the Nation, American Spectacles of Culture at the Zagreb Trade Fair, 1955 to 1964. International trade fairs offer the opportunity for transnational cultural mixing in an interactive atmosphere that promulgates a political and economic dynamism, allowing for persistent conveyance of national cultures and ideas. The Zagreb International Trade Fair is one such fair that dates back to as early as 1864. Referred to then as the Zagreb Convention or Assembly, it served as the bond between the Croatian and European economies. After the First World War wreaked havoc on the political economic stability of Europe, the Kingdom of Yugoslavia was formed, and Zagreb served as the new center of industry, trade, commerce, and finance. After the Second World War again interrupted international relations and commerce within Europe, the Zagreb Trade Fair Company was created in 1947 out of Marshal Josip Broz Tito's desire to move away from the old assembly model of the fair. The proposed new model was exclusively propagandic in character, meaning to promote the industrialization and electrification of Yugoslavia. As Tito desired more lasting relationships with the West, this character gradually lost its significance to the advantage offered by a more traditional styled trade fair. In the aftermath of Yugoslavia's split from Stalin's Soviet communism in 1948, the Eisenhower administration formulated a strategy to simultaneously keep Tito decisively distanced from the Soviet bloc and present to the Yugoslav people the benefits of a culture modeled around the people's capitalism of America. In the mid-1950s, President Eisenhower's foreign economic policy allowed for the first U.S. participation in a communist trade fair, the primary intention of which was to counter Soviet propaganda and present the American way of life, while U.S. businessmen and corporations expected to establish trade markets with Yugoslavia. Through spectacles of culture at U.S. pavilions during their first decade of participation at the Zagreb Fair, government officials in charge successfully conveyed an attractive representation of people's capitalism. However, American businesses' prospects of tenable Yugoslav trade partners were predominantly unfruitful. The continuation of the Voice of America broadcast, or VOA, after the Second World War as a renewed propaganda tool elicited a positive response in the Balkans in the early 1950s. As early as 1951, the penetration of Western taste, mass culture, and a new connection to the West were noticeable in Yugoslavia. As a result of VOA propaganda, the U.S. Embassy in Belgrade reported in 1951 that, quote, "the eagerness of the Yugoslav people to learn about America continues to astonish us," end quote. A contributor to National Geographic noted that, quote, "in Zagreb, I noticed a directory of 14 movie houses. 7 were showing American films, 3 British, 2 French, and Tarzan was the current box office hit, both there and in Belgrade," end quote. This curiosity surrounding Western consumerism was certainly considered in 1954 when U.S. President Eisenhower initiated a consumer-oriented offensive that, starting in 1950 with the Atom for Peace project, the American government would sponsor fair pavilions at 15 different international expositions. The President's Special International Program, birthed from the International Cultural Exchange and Trade Fair Participation Act of 1956, aimed to guide demonstrations of American industrial accomplishments and cultural achievements in foreign trade fairs and exhibitions. The intention was to improve international relations between the United States and participating countries. The Republic of Yugoslavia, specifically the Zagreb Trade Fair, represented a unique opportunity for the United States to not only combat Soviet-style communism, but showcase the American way of life. After Yugoslav President Josip Broz Tito split from Stalin and Soviet-style communism in 1948, an opportunity existed to show that Titoist communism could succeed with a little help from American consumerist culture. If the United States could prove this model to hold true, then in it lied a battle plan for demolishing Soviet communism, one polycentric communist country at a time. Despite the small-scale pavilion and the resultant overshadowing by the Soviet Union and Eastern Bloc exhibits, 1955 marked the first major and stable American participation in Zagreb with the Atoms for Peace exhibit. Before 1955, local or European agents usually represented U.S. firms. The Atoms for Peace exhibit found immense success in 1955 and was evidenced by a 20-page United States Information Service, or USIS, report from Zagreb testifying to the cultural amenability of the Yugoslav general public. The resounding success of the Atoms for Peace exhibit legitimized USIS propaganda efforts and established an effectual soft power instrument at Yugoslav trade fairs. The fair's expansion in 1956 brought the first full-scale U.S. fair participation behind the Iron Curtain. The theme of the exhibit was America at Home and invited Yugoslav workers to compare their daily lives with that of the American comrades. A New York Times article preceding the pavilion quoted the program's director Harrison T. McClung as saying, quote, "The idea of the program is to hold down propaganda. Exhibits are designed to show how Americans live and how democracy has worked in this country to give the wide range of products we produce." At the Zagreb Fair, both themes were spectacularized by presenting American consumer products in ways that simultaneously demonstrated the liberating and democratizing value of free market consumerism in American culture, the unifying potential of global capitalism, and the benevolence of America's transnational objectives. American exhibits did not exclusively export consumer products, but consciousness of freedom. Through interaction with American exhibits, Yugoslavs experienced a freedom that varied from the free time made possible by life-easing products to the freedom of choice of desired merchandise, all made possible by the people's capitalism. However, Yugoslav leaders and audiences were generally underwhelmed by the first U.S. pavilion in 1956. Some fairgoers were baffled by the poor showing of the West's industrial power. The American propaganda machine fell short in their efforts to sway opinions towards consumer capitalism, evidenced by one Yugoslav leader's sentiment that, quote, "It would have been an eye-opener for many of our visitors from the East to see the economic strength and abundance of the West demonstrated here. The British, French, and West Germans have disappointed us, and the Americans also, though to a lesser extent," end quote. Although the American pavilion was not the primary disenchantment of the Western nation pavilions, it led to feelings of disappointment on both national fronts and contributed to the increased effort put forth by the United States in future exhibits at the Zagreb Fair. In 1957, the Zagreb Fair featured the first iteration of a permanent U.S. pavilion. The new pavilion was a showcase for American businesses and industry that hoped to create meaningful trade relations with Yugoslavia. Ultra-modern agricultural implements, vending machines, a Coca-Cola dispenser, washers and dryers, and televisions, all next to a photograph of U.S. President Eisenhower, painted the landscape of people's capitalism. However, the main exhibit taking up the central space in the pavilion was an American supermarket dubbed Supermarket USA, which demonstrated simple and pleasant shopping. By spectacularizing the consumer culture of the American supermarket with the hope to create consumer demands that the Soviets could not yet fulfill, the United States Information Agency, or USIA, officials decided to push the independent and neutral-minded Marshal Tito closer to the West. The goal of the 1957 U.S. Pavilion was to solidify the supermarket's popularity and take a major step towards Americanizing and modernizing shopping for foodstuffs in Yugoslavia. Self-service groceries were symbols of free enterprise and choice. With a display of over 4,000 items expected, American officials hoped the Supermarket USA exhibit would exemplify what global free market consumerism could offer to the people of Yugoslavia. The supermarket, like the shopping mall, provided the possibility to convey the benefits of consumer capitalism because it provided for the lowest cost distribution of the biggest possible array of goods. Robert Haddow has explained that these exhibitions were prime opportunities to, quote, place consumer products into narratives of larger importance, helped create a dazzling image of the consumer, and fueled the desire for modern products, end quote. This translated to the overall aim of the Supermarket USA exhibit at the 1957 Zagreb Fair, which was to push the non-aligned Tito closer to the West by creating consumer demands the Soviets could not yet match. American food corporations such as Campbell's Soup, Kraft, Minute Maid, Pillsbury, Sunkist, and Wesson Oil donated their respective supplies and equipment for the U.S. exhibit, hoping to establish fruitful economic relations. The Supermarket USA exhibit focused on a rather down-to-earth question. Could introducing an industrial model of food production and distribution favorably transform Yugoslav farm and food politics? Peace and harmony amongst nations, a central theme of most trade and world's fairs, and the interest of healthy competition, took a back seat to embarrassing the Soviets. Over 1 million fairgoers visited the U.S. pavilion in September of 1957, and the display of fresh yellow bananas, prepackaged meats, and juicy grapes outshone the Soviet display of recycled industrial machinery from previous years. Traditionally accustomed to rationing, Yugoslav consumers were overwhelmed by the abundance on display at Supermarket USA. The U.S. supermarket exhibit proved to be a hit at the fair, especially compared to the outdated consumer goods and machinery on display by the Soviet Union. Housewives flocked to the United States Pavilion and admired the cleanliness and efficiency of the packaging and product displays. The desire for such markets in Yugoslavia was evident, as one Croat visitor remarked to a communist official that, quote, "If you install something like this here, all honors to you, and we will elect you for 3 more years," end quote. The spectacle of Supermarket USA as an aspect of free market capitalism left a distinct impression on Yugoslavia. Marshal Tito was so impressed with the exhibit that almost immediately following his visit, ordered the construction of a permanent American-style supermarket in the Yugoslav capital of Belgrade. As a repainted version of the U.S. supermarket of the 1957 Zagreb Fair, Belgrade's first American-style supermarket in 1958 indicated the reach of Americanization was not limited to the Zagreb region, but was stretching across Yugoslavia. Plans to build 60 more supermarkets over the next 3 years promised to bring Yugoslavia a culture of capitalist self-consumerism. The combination of political communism and people's capitalism offered a promise to further legitimize Titoism as a provider of a higher standard of living. Considering H.W. Brandt's argument that, quote, when they considered ideology at all, American policymakers hoped Tito would remain a reliably orthodox disciple of Marx and Lenin, so he could become a guiding light to other would-be national communists in the Soviet sphere, end quote. The legitimization of Titoism through the proliferation of American-style supermarkets in Yugoslavia is a successful step towards that goal and the maintenance of a non-aligned Yugoslavia with the Soviet Union. At the 1958 Zagreb Fair, Tito indicated his continued interest in the supermarket and U.S. relations by spending more time at the Western Pavilion than that of the communist and socialist counterparts. Tito's supportive attitude towards Western products and markets drew the reaction from Soviet bloc news outlets that his attitude to the fair was just as questionable as his view on Marxist doctrine. His extended visits represent the partial success of U.S. exhibits at the Zagreb Fair in drawing Tito closer into the arms of capitalism and straying further away from the restrictive embrace of the Soviet Union. By 1960, 13 American-style supermarkets existed in present-day Croatia, with plans to open 21 more within the Zagreb city limits by the end of that same year. However, American businessmen and corporations experienced limited initial success through their participation at the Zagreb Fair. The newly built Yugoslav supermarkets stocked their shelves with locally sourced produce and foods rather than American-branded goods. Notwithstanding the proliferation of American-style supermarkets and providing the consumer with self-service and the freedom of choice, the 1957 U.S. Pavilion in Zagreb achieved relative success in the realm of displaying and propagating the advantages of consumer capitalism. If the U.S. Pavilion experiment did not immediately equate to a transformation of Yugoslav consumer culture, it foreshadowed a drastic transformation of the country's agricultural economy. Tito expressed some interest in the display of frozen concentrated orange juice and prepackaged meats, but was more impressed by the modern farm machinery on display just outside the exhibit's rear door. For the Yugoslav leader, these machines bore immense potential for the evolution of Yugoslav agricultural production. To connect more with Tito's agricultural interests, the United States' 1962 and 1964 Zagreb Fair pavilions emphasized the development of industrial agriculture. The 1964 pavilion was met with some of the greatest responses, as was one of the few instances that elicited international trade relations. 2 exhibits themed Agricultural USA and Intensive Farming built on the 1962 emphasis of agricultural development. The primary message of the intensive farming exhibit was that U.S. agriculture was productive because of free enterprise orientation, and the government acted as a service, not as a director. To solidify this point, Agriculture USA featured equipment from prominent American agricultural companies such as International Harvester, John Deere, and New Idea. The display was part of a new export promotion initiative by the U.S. Department of Commerce to stimulate export-oriented business ventures in Yugoslavia. After exhibiting their wares at the 1964 pavilion, John Deere entered a contract with Yugoslavia to supply 40 harvesting machines for $1.2 million. Yugoslavia obtained necessary industrial agricultural equipment, and the United States secured an industrial agricultural market, as well as created a Yugoslav reliance on Western goods. Quote, Yugoslavia has shown the world that escape from the Soviet system is possible, and that developments in close cooperation with the West produces results superior to those possible under the tutelage of the Soviet Union. End quote. U.S. participation at the Zagreb Fair projected the American way of life so that Yugoslavs could compare their own standard of living to that of the people's capitalism. U.S. spectacles of culture at the annual Zagreb Fair were occasionally marred with failures, but the most important triumph was the continued non-alignment of Yugoslavia and the successful propagation of the American way of life.
Today, we're going to look at a few ways in which written and filmed factory tours can tell us about the limitations and realities of the assembly line system and the modernist cultural values of the American automotive industry in its earliest decades. We will look at Factory Facts from Ford, a 1917 publication, 1924's subsequent The Ford Industries, a more comprehensive guide, and to correct an imbalance in the historiography of automobile manufacturing, we'll also be examining Buick Motor Company's The Factory Behind the Car, an illustrated story of the immense manufacturing organization that builds Buick valve-in-head motor cars. My copy of this booklet is undated, but I believe for it to be from the mid to late 1920s. Additionally, we will consider a promotional film produced for the Dodge Brothers in 1917 and distributed internationally. It might be best to think of the primordial motor car industry at the turn of the century as a hybrid of many existing industries, producing a product that was a synthesis of the existing transportation and power production sectors. The workshops that output the first Fordmobiles, Durias, and Cadillacs would have hardly looked familiar to the moving assembly line workers at Ford's River Rouge plant at the height of the Model T era. The chassis construction of these early vehicles was little more than a variant of those meant for horse-drawn propulsion, and made from the same materials. Early designs for running gear were adapted from bicycle designs. Engines, be they of steam, electric motors and batteries, or internal combustion varieties, existed as industrial equipment independent of the transportation industry for decades prior to the rise of Detroit. Fast forward 2 decades, and even moderately sized operations had left behind the 19th century workshop for spaces that were thoroughly entrenched in the attitudes of the 20th century. The organic replaced the inorganic, and man's productivity was either optimized through scientific management or replaced by machine. Or at least the automakers certainly wanted their customers, and those in other industries, to believe this. Shortly after assembly line production began to make the headlines of newspapers worldwide, Ford invited the public in to view the industrial epic at Highland Park and later at the Rouge. 200,000 visitors took the tour of Highland Park in 1917 alone. This public relations blitz was extended to include written works published by the companies, to be distributed through Ford's extensive dealer network for potential customers without reason to or ability to visit Detroit and see the show for themselves. While Henry Ford's infamous pet newspaper, the Dearborn Independent, likely springs to mind first, Ford also provided genuinely useful printed information for the public too, in the form of written factory tour booklets. Not to be left out of the dealer-based informational advertising game, General Motors also began publishing factory tour booklets in the 1920s. Factory Facts from Ford may be only 68 pages long, but it is extremely information-dense. The 1917 document admitted that visitors on an in-person tour could not hope to get, quote, an adequate idea of the magnitude of the operations or to thoroughly follow the detail of the work performed at the Highland Park plant. So much was the complexity of Model T assembly even in 1917. And Ford would end up producing 3 times as many better equipped cars in the early 20s per year once the Rouge was at full capacity. Factory Facts, like all of the written tours, is heavily illustrated and goes beyond just, quote, following the belts, so to speak. Ford's innovative worker welfare and enrichment schemes and profit-sharing initiatives receive substantial attention. But so too does the marketing department, which also produced at an industrial scale educational films, which were screened almost everywhere a projector was available, from theaters to schools. Automakers dipped their public relations toes in the water of the burgeoning film industry, a technology which was growing to maturity at the same time as the motor car. By the 1920s, Ford distributed short animated films covering the complete Ford story, which not only demonstrated the most modern and efficient systems at the Rouge, but also told the temporal story of the Ford car from quadricycle to Model T, and the geographic story stretching from the workshops of Detroit to the rubber trees in the jungles of Brazil. Surprisingly, some of the smaller automakers embraced motion picture over print, possibly as a result of smaller dealer networks and thus a smaller captive audience. The Dodge Brothers Motor Car Company, recently separated from the behemoth Ford, issued in 1917 a reel demonstrating the techniques of the various departments within their plant in Hamtramck. Released internationally, the copy of the film used for this presentation was for distribution in New Zealand. Transatlantic historians, including Daniel Rogers, Guy Jmom, and Victoria de Grazia, have long noted the purposeful export of cultural constructions, such as American consumerism and Fordism, to other continents, and Dodge was no exception to this phenomenon. The two written tours from the 1920s are longer, more detailed, and more combative in their language and contents than the older content. The Ford Industries clocks in at nearly 150 pages of text and illustrations. General Motors' Buick publication is a comparatively scant 112. These booklets needed to be longer because the cars that they were describing and the manufacturing processes were much more complicated. One of the reasons I believe the major automakers put so much effort into crafting these materials was the threat to potential profits posed by consumers in the aftermarket. As Catherine Franz details in her 2005 book, Tinkering, Consumers Reinvent the Early Automobile, as much as American consumers liked their mass-produced autos, they found thousands of small, and sometimes not so small, ways to make their cars better suited for day-to-day motoring needs. While the automakers, and Ford in particular, generally ignored the thousands of suggestions mailed both personally to Henry Ford and to managers at the companies, it would have been hard to ignore the burgeoning aftermarket industry, especially for the Model T. Electrical and mechanical improvements, such as headlights and starters, were options that most manufacturers adopted as optional equipment in the late teens and early 20s, but they were now competing with dozens of smaller independent manufacturers for those items as well. By demonstrating to consumers how difficult and complicated producing a quality automobile was, they demonstrated the value in purchasing original equipment. Every document used in this presentation included a section exhibiting the extensive testing of each machine prior to it leaving the factory. More complex vehicles produced at greater scale challenged the traditional raw materials in, finished product out system of the early automobile assembly lines. Despite Ford's reputation for being an extreme example of vertical integration, the sheer number of materials synthesized into finished parts at the Buick plant suggests that one shouldn't be too quick to dismiss the Ford system's entrenchment in its competitors' factories through the 1920s either. While Ford's Highland Park facility received the lion's share of public attention for the moving assembly line, the Blue Oval would not be even able to claim the largest automobile production facility until the partial completion of the massive River Rouge facility in the early 1920s. That honor actually went to the Buick assembly plant, also affectionately referred to as Buick City. So large it was. The factory behind the car suggests to its readers to think of every individual department of Buick City as its own factory, complete with, quote, its own general management and its own superintendent. Ford's public reputation must have frustrated General Motors executives, as despite already diverting much of the manufacturing process to suppliers, and Alfred Sloan entered the automobile industry through the Hyatt Roller Bearing Company, a component supplier. The image that consumers associated with modern manufacturing was Ford's system, even as it buckled under the pressure of the expanding feature set on the Model T. Thus, the mention of suppliers bringing in finished components are scant in Buick's description of assembly. A contrast that can be made between Ford and General Motors is how the publications handle the specificity of materials used in terms of quantities. The Ford publication gives a sense of change over time, but also proudly provides figures for all sorts of materials. Highland Park, for example, used 325,000 tons of steel, 200,000 tons of iron, 25,000 miles of copper wire, and 88 million feet of copper tubing in 1917 alone. The writers of Buick's publication chose to be less revealing in such statistics, instead generally choosing vague language to describe the enormity of each element of the manufacturing process. Not even the total number of cars produced for any year at the Buick factory is revealed, which also further challenges the prospect of dating this document. The notable exception is in the size of rooms and buildings. The square footage of many structures is proclaimed in the first section of each section of the factory behind the car. Beyond square footage, both General Motors and Ford wanted their readers to have a clear visualization of the factories, beyond what black and white pictures can suggest. If the public persona of the Highland Park and River Rouge plants embraced the cultural components of scientific management, with massive windows and stark white walls, and designed by famed architect Albert Kahn, then Buick City was entrenched in a more lavish expression of industry. Buick's literature proudly proclaims, quote, "The main entrance is featured by a marble vestibule with huge bronze doors leading into a reception room with marble floors, walls in paneled wood, and rich furniture." By contrast, the entrances to Ford's factories are described as plain, clean, open spaces. Broader architectural decisions at Highland Park and Buick City also highlight the contrast between Ford's public and Buick's private approaches to engaging potential customers. Whether one believes Henry Ford's open-door policy, including constructing viewing platforms at elevated points throughout Highland Park and River Rouge, were indeed intended for educational enlightenment purposes, or more likely as a marketing tool to impress potential customers with the sheer scale and synchronicity of these operations, there's no doubt that this was in stark contrast to other automakers, and especially General Motors. Once inside the massive spaces for dedicated assembly line production, differences between the automakers began to wither. Visually, the Ford plants emphasized the laboratory nature of Ford's flexible assembly line. Walls were painted white weekly by a maintenance staff dedicated to the process. The Ford industry notes, quote, "A clean, orderly plant carries with it an atmosphere that subconsciously influences the employee. Perhaps even more than subconsciously, but rather maybe subdermally. This attention to the clean, modern aesthetic may have done more harm to the workers than good." Factory Facts from Ford exposes a fascinating unintended consequence of seeking a modernist aesthetic. The book proclaims that, quote, 27 men do nothing but paint the walls and ceilings of the factory, keeping them fresh and clean. Of course, with almost complete certainty, the white paint supplied to this team was, like most white house or building paint from the era, made with lead. Exposing tens of thousands of workers in a factory which rarely shut down to near constant lead paint fumes likely did more harm than graying or discolored walls ever could do to their workman's ethic. It is also interesting to note the stark contrast between the ways in which employees of each company are treated in their respective publications. Both the Ford Industries and Factory Facts from Ford dedicate entire sections to the welfare and betterment of the workforce, including 4 pages on training at the Henry Ford Trade School and a whopping 13 pages on wages in Ford Industries. General Motors places its few mentions of the workforce on the final 2 pages of the 110-page booklet in what appears to be an attempt to append a document which may not have been created with them in mind at all. A section titled "Looking After the Welfare of the Workers," the second to last section in the entire document, notes quickly and conspicuously its legal department is, quote, "more in the nature of an accommodation to the workmen than anything else." Well, that's not really saying much. Also worth noting is the change in tone from the 1917 Ford publication to the 1924 edition. The Ford Industries writers are quick to defend the reputation of the company after describing the speed and intensity of Highland Park's conveyor belt system that, quote, "There seems to be a prevailing opinion that Ford production at Highland Park is made possible only by running the plant at a tremendous speed and by burning up men and machinery in a frantic effort to break all records. Nothing could be further from the truth." Whoever wrote The Factory Behind the Car, the GM product, seemed to disagree with this claim and was keeping up with Mr. Ford's labor issues in the papers. A potential dig at Ford's notoriously bad turnover, sometimes over 100% per year despite the promises of a $5 workday and an uplifting experience, The Buick tour proudly proclaims that, quote, in one factory alone, there are employed more than 2,000 men with an average of 12 years experience each. Lastly, I want to talk about materials. The booklets focus on the modern, vanadium steel, copper, brass, power generation. Yet each publication must expose the reliance on these factories on the organic. Wood, cotton, leather, rubber, and more are exposed as critical components in a finished automobile, even if the automakers try to hide their reliance on these materials. One of the most notable of these is Fordite, a hardened rubber-like material. As advanced as Fordite sounded, it was more of a hybrid between old and new. Stock rubber, sulfur, silica, asbestos, wood pulp, and surprisingly, straw from Ford-owned farms. Fordite was used in 45 components on the Model T. At only about 30 minutes long, the Dodge Brothers film could not hope to be as thorough as the written guides, yet it provides one of the more detailed accounts of the industrialization of organic materials in the automotive industry. The film highlights the cutting and finishing of leather upholstery. While most of the early promotional media surrounding automobile manufacturing emphasizes the most culturally modern materials, leather is very much not that. Other traditional organic materials were also essential to finish Dodge motor cars, but the inclusion of a lengthy section on leather is unique. The film shows more people than machines in this section, unusual for any of these documents. And automakers other than Dodge also needed many trained hands to cut and form leather. Tom McCarthy notes in Automania that by 1929, automakers used 58% of the total upholstery leather produced in the United States. What makes this number particularly astonishing is that it virtually excludes Ford. Between Fordite, cardboard, and vinyl, a resin-coated cotton cloth, the Blue Oval in the late 1920s had little use for cowhide, and thus this 58% was only representative of two-thirds of the market. Synthetic upholstery was something that did not spread from Ford to other automakers, at least at the time. To conclude, automakers in the late teens and early 20s wanted the general public to perceive automotive production as a thoroughly modern affair. Yet the practical realities of fulfilling the desires of an increasingly picky consumer base and confronting the practical realities of producing a complex good in the millions meant that there were systems that were far from perfect and could easily expose flaws, limitations, and the degree to which each automaker chose to adhere to modernist values. I want to leave you with a concluding thought regarding both the role of paper marketing and of organic materials in the automotive industry. And while I don't have production figures for any of these brochures that were produced in the period, one thing we can quantify is the amount of paper used in producing automotive user manuals. At the height of the Model T's production in 1922, Ford needed twice the amount of paper to print owner's manuals for each finished car as was needed to produce enough pages to print Sinclair Lewis's Babbitt, a bestseller in 1922. This demand for paper only scratches the surface. Not only is the Model T a relatively simple machine, and therefore it had a fairly thin owner's manual, this figure excludes the massive bureaucratic hunger for tracking, verifying, and shipping parts, knockdown kits, and finished vehicles, and of course, the publishing effort seen in this presentation. And there can be no doubt that General Motors, with its more complicated organizational structure, demanded even more.
cool indeed, and a graduate fellow in the Center for Values in Medicine, Science, and Technology at UTD. Our second presenter is Mr. Eric Spink, a doctoral student at the University of Texas at Arlington, where he specializes in the history of the Cold War and is currently studying for his comprehensive exams. Our final presenter is Mr. Kevin Moskowitz, who's a doctoral candidate at the University of Texas at Arlington. He specializes in 19th and 20th century urban, environmental, and technological history. And he is currently working hard on his dissertation. So it's very exciting to be here with you all this evening. Thank you so very much once again to Dr. Townsend, Mr. Spink, and Mr. Moskowitz. These papers are insightful and provocative, and I very much look forward to discussing your research in greater detail. The panel is titled Diplomatic Spectacle, and I'm struck by the fact that something else unifies these papers beyond the spectacular nature of the topics, and that's the improved lived experience, whether it actually occurred or just people were pursuing it. In Mr. Moskowitz's work, the idea of worker welfare does not tend to jive with common perceptions of industrial labor, as he notes, GMC taking advantage of the papers that were produced about Ford at that point in time. So the idea of industrial labor being quite as Ford-tastic, shall we say, is not something that we usually tend to agree with. And Mr. Spink's work, the idea of consumer goods and creature comforts being powerful enough to break the back of the Soviet Union, again, does not tend to coincide with common American perceptions and popular beliefs about the Cold War. And in Dr. Townsend's work, William Jennings Bryan's interest in and concern for the lives of soldiers and citizens, human beings in general, to the point that he's willing to adapt and alter his fundamental beliefs is absolutely fascinating. I'm going to read off a few questions that I had to get us started. So if you need me to repeat myself, please just let me know. But for Dr. Townsend, I found your work absolutely fascinating. And I would love to know what William Jennings Bryan thought in terms of what constituted innocent life. And is it fair to say that Bryan's anti-Darwinian stance is entirely down to the First World War? Or is it ever evolving, as a number of his other opinions are? For Mr. Spink, would you be willing to go into greater detail about why Yugoslavia was the best site to implement this form of U.S. foreign policy? You mentioned Tito breaking with Stalin in 1948, and as a follow-up, I would be fascinated by the answer to, is it fair to think of Yugoslavia as being almost like a miniature representation of the many peoples of the Soviet Union and the challenges that go along with that? And for Mr. Moskowitz, the threat to potential profits posed by consumers in the aftermarket, that's absolutely fascinating given the period. Would you be willing to explain why this was such a concern and why people were fearful of it in the automobile industry?
Well, if we take the questions in order, I guess I'll start. So concern for life, my dissertation was actually focused on the way Bryan used the Declaration of Independence rights and the constitutional First Amendment rights in all of his campaigns to justify various causes, from direct election of senators to women's right to vote to education for minorities. So this right to life issue is a fascinating one. He was very, very concerned for the common people, which of course that identification with the common people is what gave him the name the Great Commoner. He actually owned a farm and would work alongside farmhands when he was home in Lincoln. He enjoyed understanding what people's lives were like, and he really connected with people in a way that most politicians talk about or dream about, but he really did. He would spend hours and hours on the campaign trail. He actually invented the whistle stop tour. And on many of these stops, he would talk to people that came up to his train or wherever he was speaking, and really did understand to an extent that I think we find difficult to believe today, but he really did seem to understand the people and identify with them. And so he was concerned with the protection of innocent life. And so in warfare, he had seen close hand in the Spanish-American War. He was in the Nebraska Regiment, was deployed as far as Florida. They were never deployed to Cuba. But as we know, in wars in that period, more people died of the diseases than they did of combat. So he saw instances of fatalities from disease and just wanted to prevent that loss of life. In fact, interestingly enough, his opposition to, or his support for women's right to vote was largely justified by the belief that women as mothers would fight harder and vote against any war in the future to keep their sons and husbands out of war. So he was always trying to protect people who were, what we would consider the little man, the common man, the person who, men and women who made up the populace. So I think that was a consistent, genuine trend throughout his life. Your second question was about anti-Darwinism. He simply did not find it credible. And of course, in the early 1900s, genetics had not progressed to where it is now, but he saw significant problems with it, just as some do now, scientifically. He was willing before World War I to let bygones be bygones. And if you want to believe in that, go ahead. I just don't happen to agree with you. When he saw what the implications of social Darwinism as applied by the Germans and as described by this Vernon Kellogg and others of the period, he actually referred, I've kind of keyed in on Vernon Kellogg, but I didn't have time to get into it. He actually went into more detail with Nietzsche's ideas in his writings, and that's an idea I hope to explore more in the future. But he was really concerned about the implications of social Darwinism on the application of those principles to warfare. And of course, we don't realize, I didn't realize until doing this research, that Germans were putting people in boxcars and taking them to slave labor camps before World War I. So, I mean, this trend that we saw and we typically identify with World War II was going on before that. He didn't know that. Nobody knew that until people like Vernon Kellogg began bringing it up. And he attributed the motivation behind that to Darwinism.
That's absolutely fascinating. Thank you.
Sure.
I'll take the next question. You asked if I go into greater detail on why Yugoslavia was kind of this best option for the United States to display their American way of life and kind of be guinea pigs, if you will, because they essentially were guinea pigs on whether or not America could uphold a somewhat socialist or communist nation outside of the Soviet Union and represent to the rest of the Soviet bloc, besides the USSR or besides the Soviet Union, that communism can work with a little bit of help from the West. That wasn't exactly their goal, but it was kind of a way to get their foot in the door. So Yugoslavia and the United States had a little bit of a relationship before this, going back to the very end of the Second World War in a small Italian or Yugoslavian town, depending on who you ask, of Trieste. It was one of the first, it's considered one of the first, not official, but battlegrounds of the Cold War, because it was between Italy and Yugoslavia of who would control this territory, and America, of course, had their foot in the door as well, and they ended up kind of ruling it via the military, political amalgamation, if you will, that kind of mixed state socialism with open market economy, at least for a couple years until it was ceded to Italy. So that Yugoslavia had a bit of a relationship with the United States there before. But as you mentioned, when Tito broke with Stalin in 1949 and kind of created this Titoism, which was this distinct type of mixed socialism, which combined state ownership and state planning with many characteristics of a market economy, this was not only signifying that the Soviet Union or the communist bloc was this monolithic unity. Tito displayed that, again, this socialism could perhaps work a little bit with help from the West and capitalist economy. So the United States saw an opportunity to stick their foot in the door, open up these trade markets, and display to these other nations that just because you're communist doesn't mean that you don't have to have these trade relations with the West. We can still help you out while you're helping us, of course. So because of Titoism and this break from Stalin, which of course of the Cold War was the ultimate enemy, was Stalin and the USSR. Because of that and his unique style of market economy and state socialism, that's why the United States chose Yugoslavia, because it showed the most promise. Your second question, is it fair to say that the Yugoslav people were a bit of a mini representation of the rest of the folks of Soviet Union? I believe that's fairly fair thing to say. I think they are more representative of nations that were kind of more in the middle of it. versus, say, citizens of Berlin, Poland, Czechoslovakia, that were really in the middle tension between the Soviet Union and the United States versus versus really the Russian citizens or the deep Soviet bloc citizens. Yugoslavia was they were fairly open to the West, as we saw in parts of Berlin, Czechoslovakia, Poland, at least in the early years. So I think it's genuinely fair to say that they were many representations, and you could see relationships or similarities between the effects of these trade fairs on Yugoslavia and those similar regions in Czechoslovakia and Poland.
Thank you so very much for that. I truly appreciate it. Mr. Moskowitz, would you be willing to answer the question? Do I need to repeat anything?
No. So the question was why there was a fear of an aftermarket. And I'm actually kind of taking a stab at this one. I haven't yet gotten to the archives that I would like to go to that would tell me whether, there's really a fear among board members at General Motors or at Ford. But I'm sort of connecting dots that are very clearly there for me. Catherine Franz's book, Tinkering, which is a fantastic read if you're looking for something on consumerism in the early 20th century, is just a marvelous read. But what she points to is just the overwhelming both adoration of these early mass-produced cars, in particular the Model T, but also that nearly every owner sought to personalize and modify them. And in some ways, this was due to infrastructure, things like designing cars that could be slept in and adding tents and cooking equipment to their cars because there wasn't a hotel system yet. But also just general quality of life improvements, adding things like headlights, things like alternators, fans, better seats, better roofs. Roofs at all for a lot of the early Model Ts didn't include a roof. So if you wanted that, you had to go buy one aftermarket. And the sense I get from the way I've read the material, these brochures, and the sense I'm starting to get is that a lot of these improvements are sort of added almost under duress by the automakers, and that that one of the reasons why we see these brochures taking so much time to walk through every element of the production process is to sort of reassure consumers, hey, you should buy our car that's very carefully designed. And we look at all this time and effort we put into this and how it's this massive orchestra of industry, and we're so careful with putting everything together. You don't really want to go down the street and buy Joe Smith's starters and light bulbs. You want to buy ours because we're doing everything properly.
That's absolutely wonderful. Thank you. I'm going to give the people behind the scenes the opportunity to put any questions in the chat feature so that I might read them off. And I'm trying not to monopolize, but I really want to pick absolutely everybody's brain. Dr. Townsend, if you don't mind, I was wondering, after your previous answer to the question, in terms of perceptions of William Jennings Bryan, do you feel that it's entirely fair that we introduce high school students to Inherit the Wind, but we don't get into more of his personable nature? I mean, he's frequently portrayed as a villain to later generations. So how do you think that has affected the way we interpret him in the present amongst younger generations?
That's a very perceptive question. And, growing up in Nebraska, that's one of the reasons I found him interesting. But I think the fact that, of course, I'm fairly old, let's just be straight here. Inherit the Wind came out while I was in elementary school. I was actually in kindergarten in 1960 when the movie came out. I think that play and movie have severely changed the way that people perceive Bryan. I think it's a very perceptive question on your part, because the retelling of the courtroom scene in Dayton, Tennessee, is grossly caricatured in that retelling. And of course, the play and the movie were designed to be a commentary on McCarthyism, but what everybody has forgotten is that McCarthyism ever existed when they watch the play or the movie now. It's all about how do we teach evolution, when it was really about bias. And so preconceptions and all those kinds of things is what they were commenting on. So I think that's a great question. I would love to see, and interestingly enough, we're coming up on the centennial of the Dayton trial. I'm hoping that will encourage some serious scholarship and retelling to the public of what really happened in Tennessee and what the real issues were.
Thank you so very much for that.
Sure.
To Mr. Spink, from William Kingren, what influenced the U.S. fair planners more year to year, the Yugoslavian public's reception or Tito's interests?
So that's a good question. I would have to say, I don't want to say it's 50-50. I would say it's probably 60-40 in favor of Tito's interests, because in the end, Tito was really the one who was going to push these, the opening of markets and trade networks. Obviously, they had this kind of mixed market economy, so that there were third parties and corporations that could set up their own. Sorry, there's a car going outside next to me. So they could set up these networks through third-party corporations or whatnot. However, there was one particular example that comes to mind. The United States was sending agricultural aid to Yugoslavia for many years, and particularly throughout the late 50s and early 60s. In 1961, I believe, they were due to eliminate certain agricultural aid to Yugoslavia because they believed it was no longer helpful in sustaining them in this area. Tito caught wind of this, and he started pushing for the United States to have more agricultural elements into their fare. This was 1961, and in 1962, that's when they had Agriculture USA Pavilion or exhibit. So I think it's probably the 60-40 in favor of Tito, because that's who they believed he was the key to getting to the people. If Tito would buy into it, then they believed the people would buy into it.
Thank you so very much. And to Mr. Moskowitz, how effective were the promotions? Had brand loyalty developed by this period, or were the companies constantly poaching each other's clientele by overawing them with technical acumen?
I mean, there was certainly a lot of brand loyalty. Like even in the 20s, particularly with Ford. I don't know as much with General Motors, but Ford, the Model T in particular, one of the reasons why gasoline cars at all managed to win out over electric or steam-powered cars was the effectiveness of gasoline cars in rural places. And Ford himself was a farmer, like Bryant, very much sort of the same sort of background. And to him, the automobile was a means of mobilizing people who were far from cities, who didn't have other options. And in particular, doctors. Rural doctors were one of the larger components of early Model T buyers before we start getting the 300,000, 400,000, 700,000 sold a year. And that loyalty continued on at least through the Model A, where those buyers, because they came to rely and trust on that Ford brand and knowing that the cars were really made for them, certainly stuck around. As to the actual effectiveness of these individual ads, it's really kind of hard to say. I mean, there weren't, like we have now, these sort of data collection apparatuses where they can, ask, what your former car was and what your future one was. What we can certainly say is that even though Ford, towards the end of the Model T run, by the time we get sort of the end of the period that I'm talking about in this video, the phase out between the Model T and the Model A, Chevrolet only sells more cars than anyone else for 1 year. And very quickly, Ford's back on top. And you have to imagine a lot of those buyers were Model T buyers waiting for the new cars. So I certainly think even in the 20s, a lot of loyalty. Again, I don't know how much these magazines and tours did to sell to prospective customers, almost as much to reassure and to make sure that they were buying maybe all of their parts genuine, that sort of thing. May have been a more effective strategy there. But I'm hoping once I manage to get into some of these archives, I have not yet been able to go to the Henry Ford, and that I'll start to hopefully be able to pick more of this apart.
Thank you so very much. I have a hand up, but I am having difficulty getting to the hand up question.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is follow up from Willie.
Oh, fantastic.
I don't know, Kevin, if they had gotten into the aftermarket brands, like GM has AC Delco, Ford has Motorcraft, Chrysler has Mopar. These are the kind of aftermarket, kind of factory replacement, like corporations and brands. Had they gotten into those partnerships, or was it still just a Ford product or a GM product?
So General Motors was a consortium of suppliers, as well as like the actual auto brands themselves, and of course Delco, I don't know AC, but Delco, I believe by the 20s was its own brand within General Motors. Ford, I think everything was just Ford branded. The company was supposed to be the pinnacle of vertical integration, so every single element up through to the trees they were cutting down were Ford trees or Ford parts. So I think those OEM like sub brands come for Ford later. For General Motors, they're already there by the 20s, and they are a part of the company itself. So they're really not third parties. And I don't remember in that the Buick ad or the Buick tour guide if it goes into parts. I know at least for a page it talks about that, or it tells the reader, hey, this is where you would order your genuine parts and you would contact the dealers and here's all the dealers. But I don't know if it goes into, I would have to double check and see if it goes into like the rationale for why you should buy that in there. And at most it's a page, half a page.
Okay. I mean, I'll tell you why you need to buy an AC Delco oil pan gasket for a 2002 Suburban, because the Felpro ones just explode and leak oil everywhere. So, I mean, just from personal experience, they do kind of have so far a little bit of edge and quality that do try to keep that up.
And it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. And it wouldn't surprise me in the 20s if that was also quite true. And that, it's easy to kind of look at the automakers and kind of go, oh, well, they're just trying to wring every dollar out of the consumers. And that's not true. But they are also, there is some truth to these manufacturing techniques that they've been honing, particular Ford, for over a decade. And the amount of money that's being put into these systems is going to be hard to compete with smaller manufacturers attempting mass production of aftermarket parts, especially for something like a Model T where they were making millions and thus needed millions of parts.
Yeah. Yeah, dealer markups are another thing, though. Thank God for eBay and Amazon, except for the evil. But evil of global mega corporations. Come on now.
We're not sponsored by any of those yet, but if they want to sponsor the next THSO conference, they are welcome to contact whoever our next president is. So.
All hail our online overlords. All right, thank you.
Okay. With that delightful endnote, I do not have any more questions in the chat at this point in time. Thank you all so very, very much for participating this evening. It was absolutely
wonderful. Hold on, before we sign off yet, I have a question I want to ask both of my co-presenters here. I've just
that was
I wanted to ask.
Apologies.
I want to go ahead and ask Eric. I was curious if you mentioned that in the early years that the Yugoslavs were not that impressed with what the Americans were offering at the trade fairs, but they were less impressed with the Brits, the French, and the West Germans. Do you know what they were less impressed with like why they were at least leaning towards the Americans versus the others?
In the research I have done, I have not been able to figure out exactly and specifically what was on display at, say, the French or British pavilions. A lot of that information is tied up in archives that I have not been able to access in our COVID world right now. So much like you, I have not been able to get to those archives and see the information that I'm 95% sure is there. I just can't get my finger on it yet. It was, however, that at least for the Americans, they were pushing more towards them, specifically in 97 because of the supermarket. Or 57 because of the supermarket. This is something that they haven't seen before. It displayed quite a bit of luxury. And then, of course, this was not the only exhibit they had. They had many other ones, cigarette rolling machines and ice cream makers and things along these lines that just were a bit more modernized than from what I found the British and French were putting on display, at least in the early years.
And then for Richard, I was curious if you could elaborate a little more, just because I noticed that this parallel between Bryant and Ford, and that they're both farm boys, and they developed this ideology of nonviolence. Ford, of course, I don't know as much about his opinions on the First World War, but Second World War, very much against American involvement. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that development in his childhood and how that impacted his political career.
Well, as far as being anti-war, he had a very strong Christian background from his family, which would have predisposed him toward violence unless it was absolutely called for. So with kind of restraint of government action. As far as of course, he passed away in 1925, so he didn't really have an opinion on World War II, unlike Ford. But he much like Vernon Kellogg, who was the committed pacifist who was converted by his experience. Bryan is interesting because he is a public figure who almost never lets his guard down. There's one instance that I've documented. Actually, one of his biographers pointed it out, and I went a little more detail into a poem that he wrote while he was Secretary of State that kind of gives his insight into some of his racist attitudes, because he was a white supremacist, typical of his time, but he also had some misgivings about that, as are shown by this one piece of private writing. But he doesn't really let his guard down and let us know what he's thinking very often. And so we have to interpolate between his public statements and what his private thoughts may really have been. He didn't keep a journal. He didn't keep, he didn't write his personal deep inner thoughts like we would be, expect of maybe some of our more modern celebrities today. So he's always in the public eye, and he really never let his guard down very well. But again, I think identification with the populace is the best I can do. I do have a question for you, Kevin, as well. One of the things that comes up in my research is this whole idea of Fordism at the early 20th century, where the American corporations were paternalistic and looking out for, they felt that it was their responsibility to look out for their employees. And so they had schools and housing. They had these cookie cutter houses that they would build and let people live a middle class life. Of course, very close proximity to the factory for the convenience of the factory as well. Did any of that come up in the literature you were looking at, where they were promoting their factories, in terms of, do you think they were using those to recruit people to this wonderful life around the Ford plant, or did any of that come up?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. And the first Ford, the 1917 Ford brochure really lays it on heavy how great it would be to work at Ford, and all of these. These are great, motivated, happy workers, and they have all these amenities, and a lot of the photo documentation in these brochures, especially that 17 one, goes into that. And you get a sense from the General Motors one that there's a lot of jealousy, that they're like, hey, this isn't really fair. They're getting all this publicity for all of this Fordism that they're doing and all of this paternalism. And we're kind of doing all that too. And our workers are so happy. And I know in the presentation, I pull out the quote that seems very, very salty from whoever wrote the GM one, that our workers don't quit, that we have these people who have been here for a long time. And because the truth was, working at the Ford factories was terrible. Very, very few workers ended up with the $5 a day. The amount of the number of stipulations to get there meant that almost no one lasted that long. You had to be there for over a year, have certain performance metrics. It was like working today at Amazon in a warehouse. You're never getting the pay that they're promising because of all these extra requirements. And there's a great book. Everyone assigns Upton Sinclair's The Jungle. They need to do away with the jungle. Start assigning The Flivver King, which is his novelization of the experience of a worker's experience at Ford. And I think it actually paints a really clear picture of how hopeful it is to be a worker in one of these factories and then get ground down very quickly. And turnover some years was well over 100% at Highland Park.
Okay. Eric, you're looking at you're looking at 40 years later. Did this idea of the utopian worker situation come into the Yugoslav trade show environment at all? Was that part of what you were seeing, or was it more just the technology and the supermarket sort of experience?
That's a great question. It definitely came into play in some aspects. Obviously, a big point that they emphasized was leisure time. They made it known that many American workers we had the 9-to-5 workday, and they had, because of these modern machinery in various industrial factories, industrial agriculture, things like these, it made more leisure time for the average consumer, the average worker, because of capitalist innovation, if you will. So it certainly came into play that those working under a capitalist system had more leisure time, had more family time. They were not working 80-hour weeks necessarily. They hit home on the worker had enough money to support his family, as well as take his family out every weekend, own another house on the lake, 50 miles away or whatever. The average, they really hit home on these. Superfluously and perhaps extravagantly laid it on a little bit too thick. But that was their whole purpose. It was the whole propaganda effect of it all. But certainly they hounded onto and hammered home that the average American worker had more leisure time because of these capitalist innovations and these luxury items that were not necessarily existent in the Soviet blocs.
One last question for Eric. I don't know the history of the World Fairs, but we actually went to the 1965 New York World's Fair, which was very much a kind of a Jetsons modernistic expose of all the technology, which is right after this period you're looking at. Did the World Fairs influence the trade shows like in Zagreb? I'm not sure. Of course, they were going on earlier, but they became so much of a kind of a trade show, lifestyle show. I don't know if that was in the early turn of the century World Fairs or if that was more later toward this 1960s period.
The World's Fairs inspired them to an extent. They really, in the sense that the World's Fair happened less occasionally, but they had these grand, magnificent spectacles of culture and modernism throughout most of them. Those aspects inspired the smaller, more frequent trade fairs. In that they were still displaying culture, but they were doing it in a different fashion. They were displaying it less on grand spectacles and showmanship that might be evident at World's Fairs, and displaying it through consumer goods and smaller items at trades fairs. Obviously, that was existent at World's Fairs as well, but because the trades fair recurred every year, they didn't necessarily have to hone in on certain aspects so hard, because 6 months later, 12 months later, they have another show that they can switch it up and still hound home this American life, way of life, this culture, while displaying some other innovation. So to an extent, they were inspired by it. They were kind of mini World's Fairs, if you will, in the way that they were spectacleizing the culture.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, we have a question from Mr. William Hansard.
Yes, thank you. This question is for Kevin. Kevin, you made a comment about an imbalance in the historiography, correcting an imbalance in the historiography. If you could expand upon that for me, I would appreciate it.
Yeah. So at the beginning of this presentation, I make this comment, and I already kind of took it a little bit of an indulgence and went a little over time on this presentation. I figured I'm putting all this together. I can give myself an extra 3 minutes, but I didn't have time to get into that comment. A lot of the history of manufacturing in the automobile industry is centered around Ford, and it's for a very simple reason. There's just a lot of documentation. Ford has the Henry Ford Museum and Archive, which they didn't keep everything, but it's a deeply impressive collection of documents that has been open to researchers for decades. So pretty much anyone looking to do research in automobile manufacturing starts and then often ends there. And part of the reason why they end there is virtually all the other manufacturers just didn't care, didn't keep good records, or kept them all internally in the case of General Motors and to a lesser extent Chrysler. And then in the last 2 decades of scholarship or so, because of the near collapse of the American auto industry, and which particularly with Chrysler, these archives just disappeared. General Motors has pretty much brought all of them internal, and the GM Heritage Center, which is their archive, is almost impossible to get information from. They don't publish finding aids. You sort of have to ask. It's like asking the magic 8 ball if they have something. And you just you hope you get something back. But Chrysler in 2007, when they were acquired by Cerberus, which was a venture capitalist group, they did what venture capitalists do, and they cut all expenses, including liquidating the entire historical archives of the Chrysler Corporation, which included all of the other also-ran automakers that Chrysler acquired over the course of the last 100 years. So this is everything from AMC, Jeep, Dodge, all of those brands, all of that history virtually gone. We have some of the early Dodge stuff because the Dodge brothers split from Ford, so some of those early documents are with Ford. But it means it's very hard to conduct research on the internal functioning of any of these companies other than Ford, because the documents are just very hard to come by. And trying to do research creatively to get around that is really the only option. And that's what a lot of my research for this dissertation is on, is looking at trying to build the manufacturing networks beyond just Ford, and using creative sources where possible. So that's what I meant.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so very much. All right. Any last minute questions from people? This has been absolutely fascinating. Okay, I see no ellipses in my corner. So with that, thank you all so very, very much for this. It was absolutely fantastic. It was such a pleasure meeting you virtually, and your scholarship, I have no doubt I will be looking forward to introducing other people to it in the future.
Thanks for moderating. You did a great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Alexa, and thank you, Kevin, Richard, and Eric, for your presentations. We really appreciated that, for your in-depth answers to questions and everything. We've had some really excellent work from you guys, so I really appreciate it. We're now then going to leave you guys again with a brief intermission, until we begin our pre-recorded tour of our special collections. That will be on the YouTube stream, not here on Teams, so we're going to give you guys that link again just to be sure to have it. And because that's recorded, and because the people in charge of that tour couldn't be with us tonight because they're hosting their own event, we're not going to have a Q&A after that. So this is the end of using Teams tonight. If you have any questions, you can direct them to us, or you can type them in the YouTube chat, and we will see them. But with that, I will bid you all good night for now, and I hope you will enjoy that special collections tour. That's something really special to stick around for. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, only took me 15 hours to edit, so you know.
Yeah, thanks
for
for
all
all
your
your
hard
hard
work,
work on this, guys. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
I'm Brenda McClurkin. I'm department head in Special Collections and Archives, and
I'm Ben Huseman, the cartographic archivist here.
We want to welcome you to Special Collections. We have a wonderful assemblage of treasures here that we make available to not only UTA clientele, but the general public at large for their research and just for their pleasure to learn more about Texas history and cartographic history in a lot of our areas of specialty. We've pulled a few things that we hope that you will find of interest, and we'll give you an idea of what Special Collections holds and what you might discover here.
Our collections range from the 1400s, late 1400s, on up to the present. We have a special focus on the 19th century. I would say that's one of our strongest areas, but our collections relate to the area of North Texas, to local history, but they also broaden out from there. They include Texas, the southern United States, the Caribbean, even a little bit, and even over into Africa. So we have got a variety of materials here for you to see today.
Ben, I think I'll share just a little bit of the history of how Special Collections came about too. We started in 1967 as the Texas Labor Archives, and we were an official repository for Texas AFL-CIO records. At the same time, they made the decision to start to collect Texas political history. Labor and art and politics go hand in hand, and we also became the university archives as well. And in 1973, 1974, a gentleman by the name of Jenkins Garrett approached us to give us his Texana collection. In fact, we are standing in the Garrett Library right now. Mr. Garrett was an attorney who worked for Leonard's Department Store. He had been a student body president at UT Austin, had gone to Harvard Law School, but grew up in Fort Worth in essence, and really had a love for Texas history. And he had the financial resources to travel the world really to collect. So he collected Texas history, the political history of Mexico, 1810 to 1920, and the U.S.-Mexico War, 1846 to 1848. And he collected quite in depth as well. And not just books, but there's manuscript materials, there's graphics, there's sheet music, there's broadsides, military orders, sermons, speeches, government documents, and it goes on and on. And in some areas, for instance, with our U.S.-Mexico War collection, particularly the sheet music, we have one of the finest collections in the country. So.
Yeah, it's quite surprising. We're always surprised at what we find in here sometimes.
Yes, every day is a day of discovery in Special Collections.
Even though we've been here a while.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, probably been between the two of us, we have what, 30 years?
Probably, yes.
Yeah, back to back, yeah. So, but anyway, Ben, do you want to start talking about some of our Spanish materials?
Texas begins with New Spain. Was originally part of the Spanish territory claimed by Spain. Of course, before that, it belonged to the Indians, and even during the Spanish period, it belonged to the Indians, believe me. So we just have a wonderful selection of some items right here. For example, one of our early pieces. Now, our earliest piece is on loan right now it's not our earliest piece, but it's our earliest piece relating to Texas, and it's from 1555, and it's Cabeza de Vacas, La Relación, and it's down at the Bullock Museum in Austin at the moment on display. So we don't have it to show you here, but we do have some very special pieces. This is an official Spanish history of New Spain. From 1601, and it was published in 4 volumes. We have all 4 volumes. I only pulled out one of the volumes for you, but it has its original binding, a nice calf leather binding, plus it has etchings that were done in Madrid. And so this whole thing was printed in Madrid by government order in 1601. And it has portraits of not Cabeza de Vaca, but Hernan Cortés and some of the other conquistadors in the frontispiece and other places throughout the book. That's just one example, and I believe it might even have, we have others with brands on the sides. This one right here, first off, I happen to have an early map of Texas. It's not the earliest map of Texas, and it's not the earliest map of New Spain. We actually have that map, recently given by Dr. Jack Franke, but this is a copy of that earlier map, and it's from 1561. So this is a wonderful map showing the area that became Texas, and as I like to say, the Texas Hill Country is included right here, showing a little bit too many mountains in Texas. Right over here is another wonderful piece, an example of the work of a Frankfurt artist and a family of printers, the Debris family. And the Debris were generally Protestant, and they like to put out good propaganda against Spain. And so they seized upon Bartolomé de las Casas' original printed document from the about the mid-1550s, and the Debris printed it with illustrations, and the illustrations show Spanish cruelties to the Native Americans, and it's the disasters of war all over again, terrible, terrible scenes of atrocities, and unfortunately, the text. Most people didn't read the text; they just read viewed the illustrations, and they got the idea that the Spanish are just so much more cruel than everybody else, which was not necessarily the case. If you study any of your 17th or 16th century history, you know that Protestants could be just as mean as the Catholics. So it's some pretty interesting stuff here. We also have right here another beautiful old binding with, I was mentioning the brand on the edge of it. It's got a nice little brand bookmark. And this is a biography of Father Antonio Margil de Jesus. Father Margil was the founder of he was from working out of the missionary, the church at Zacatecas, and he founded a mission in Texas called Mission San Jose. And if anybody's familiar with that, it's today a national landmark. It is quite a piece, and there is even a portrait in here somewhere of Father Margil ministering to the Indians. If I can locate it very carefully, I will try my best to show his picture. Yeah, we're back to some very special 18th century Spanish pieces. This is a missionary's decorative map of northern Mexico and southern Texas right here. Of course, Texas was part of Mexico, so it all blends together. And the Rio Grande is in the middle of this map that really doesn't bear a lot of resemblance to reality, because the Nueces River is right next to the Rio Grande instead of hundreds of miles away. But it's a beautifully executed piece on vellum, animal skin, and beautifully done and very decorative. Probably would have, been in this monk's study or his little office. This also right here is an early copy of a manuscript map that is in the today in the archives of Seville, and this particular map sketches the route of an expedition under one of the Spanish leaders to survey the northern provinces of Mexico. So Teodoro Lacroix, this was when the French and the Spanish were under the same king at the time. The Bourbons were ruling Spain. Anyway, this is an interesting map because it shows part of the Rio Grande River. It shows little campsites and other towns and villages along the route of this expedition in order. It has a list of all these different places. And in addition, over here is San Antonio and the Mission San Antonio de Valero, or the Alamo over here. So there's a lot of very interesting details on that old map. Since the Caribbean is part of our history here in Texas, many of our slaves came over from Africa through the Caribbean, and it's important for us to understand a little Caribbean history too. So we have some interesting pieces in our collection. For example, this is a history of Barbados written by an Englishman named Richard Ligon, and this was published in 1657, and it has a marvelous fold-out map here that I've managed to pull out without damaging, and the map shows all sorts of unusual things. For example, there are camels on this map relating to a camel experiment. There are hogs that are running wild in Barbados. There are also sheep that have been introduced from England. And in addition, there are a couple of runaway slaves up here at the top that are being pursued by looks like a roundhead cavalryman on horse, or cavalryman. He's going after him and shooting him in the back. So very, very descriptive maps of a time period that we tend to forget about. So we also have this Caribbean history of the British West Indies by an Englishman named, I have to go back and check his name, Brian Edwards, and it's in 2 volumes, and it is also illustrated with maps, but it also has this lovely scene of a festival on the island of St. Vincent. And I guess I can pull that up. You can see it later on. And it shows the dress of some of the inhabitants. Some of these would be house servants, probably, as opposed to slaves working in the fields.
So in 1978, the Garrett Library and the archives were merged to form Special Collections. It was also about that time that Special Collections also started to collect cartographic materials, and they acquired several major map collections. It wasn't until 1996 that Mrs. Garrett gave us 1,000 antiquarian maps, in addition to her collection of geography textbooks and school atlases. So continuing to expand on our cartographic holdings. Mr. Garrett also arranged for others to give to Special Collections too, and one of the major gifts was the Fort Worth Star-Telegram morgue. So that includes some 185,000 prints. We estimate 4 million negatives and newspaper clippings dating from about 1935 to 1960. There's also 1,000 glass plate negatives that came along with that, in addition to vertical file materials and World War II servicemen's cards and oil well index cards and that sort of thing. We're really known for not only our cartographic materials, but also our photograph collection. It's probably the most substantial in North Texas, and a lot of it can be explored through our digital gallery. We also discovered about almost 20 years ago that the acetate negatives were deteriorating in the regular room temperatures that they were stored in. And so we obtained a National Endowment for the Humanities grant and engaged help from the university, the library, and also private individuals and foundations to raise almost $1 million to build us a cold storage vault, which is in the basement of the library. So it is state-of-the-art, and it's large, and so we have plenty of growing room. But by doing that, we have extended the lives of our acetate negatives for hundreds of years, which will give us time to do some digitization, which is ongoing at this point. The most recent subject area for us to expand in is the area of Texas disability history. And that was at the behest of Dr. Sarah Rose, who had just been hired in around 2013 to start a disability studies minor, or teach disability history in the history department. And we realized we should have been doing that all along, particularly keeping in mind the preeminent role that UTA has played in providing access to students with disabilities. So we'll be showing a few items from that disability collection shortly. But when we started to look at our existing collections with new eyes, we discovered we already had quite a bit, although sometimes we had to learn new terminology. For instance, in looking for clippings in the Star Telegram about polio, we found nothing. But once we realized the terminology was infantile paralysis, a whole world opened up to us in photographs and clippings. So that's something to keep in mind as you do your research. I have to admit that I'm particularly partial to our historical manuscripts collection because that's where I started in special collections way back in 2002 as a historical manuscripts archivist. So that will include collections of personal and family papers, business and organizational records. And I have a few things here that relate not only to that, but to other parts of the collection as well. But I'd like to show you. To start off with these very colorful pieces. These are set designs from the Reader Children's Theater School in Fort Worth. It's part of the Dixon and Flora Reader papers. They were artists. He was Fort Worth native. She was born in New York, but they met in Paris and came back to Fort Worth, and they were part of, in the 1930s, the Fort Worth Circle of Artists. The great thing about that is that there were other well-known artists in the area, and they brought their friends in to help do some of the artwork for their children's theater school productions. The Reader Children's Theater School was an after-school program for kids from like 4 to 13 or so. They didn't do Little Billy Goat Gruff. They were doing Shakespeare, and these set designs happen to be from a play called The Happy Hypocrite, Aucassin and Nicolette. There were some set in Arab countries or India, in France, and the kids not only learned their parts in the play, and part of that was no particular kid was the star actor, so they kind of rotated parts, but they learned mime. They learned fencing. They learned about the history and the music and the culture of the area in which the play took place. And so this really is remarkable. And what this did, these kids were active in school from the late 40s, 50s into the early 60s, and then it was revived again for a short while in the 1980s. But not only did they build their confidence as actors, but they also helped them develop an appreciation for the arts, and now they are advocates for the arts, and now in the communities that they live in. In addition to these gorgeous set designs, here's an example of a headpiece from Nala and Damiante. This is a paper mache piece, and this actually shows the child actors wearing the headpiece, and there's actually a costume design ahead for the headpiece to go along with it. The reader papers contain not only their personal papers and some of their own art, but there's scripts, music, musical scores, scrapbooks, all kinds of promotional materials, in addition to this wonderful, wonderful artwork. And actually, this came from the readers, but one of the former students found this at the Reader estate sale and bought it, and has given that to us too. So it's coming back to us in pieces. Around the corner, there are a lot of oral histories that have been done. We have the Tejano Voices, which there were interviews that were collaboratively done with the Center for Mexican American Studies. There are probably 100, almost 200 interviews with Hispanic leaders throughout the state. A lot of them were politicians, but they were working in labor organizations, in cultural institutions, they were artists, but they had leadership roles. And those, the Tejano Voices, those interviews are online as well. We have also some some oral history interviews with labor leaders, also some African American political leaders. And what I have here are some interviews that were done through the Federal Writers Project during the Works Progress Administration. And we have the Fort Worth, the draft Fort Worth research. The Fort Worth book has never been published. So, and the Tarrant County Historical Society has just gave us last year funds to digitize these interviews, which are cowboy interviews, people from the Fort Worth area, living in the Fort Worth area that have worked on the range, and there are also some slave narratives as well. So those are now have been digitized, and they should soon be up online. So I think these both are very precious and will be great research tools. Etta Halm was a pioneering woman in the field of editorial cartoons. She began her career, I think, with the Disney organization, and when World War II came about, she was able to actually become part of become an illustrator, because a lot of the guys that were working there were off to war. But anyway, she married and moved to Arlington area, and she became an editorial cartoonist for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. She had to lobby long and hard to get the job, and I think may have even volunteered a few to begin with and worked for very little money. But when she passed away a number of years ago, her children gave us her collection of the editorial cartoons and her artwork. These are just some samples from 1979. This is when we were having all the troubles with Iran. And this one is a commentary about the Federal Reserve Board and money supply statistics, and I think it's probably interest rates. But we had a Tax Treasurer's grant from the state IMLS money through the state library, that those have been digitized and are now up online with a very innovative website. And so you can explore those. There's also kind of an index to themes or general subject areas that will take you to the particular cartoons. The Fort Worth Star-Telegram maintains copyright of these editorial cartoons, but they are accessible for study and download for personal use. But if anyone wanted to publish them or use them for commercial use, they would have to go to the Star-Telegram for clearance and payment of whatever fees they have. Coming around the corner, this is an example of a broadside, and this is something that I found at a meeting in Miami. This was a promotional piece about a little girl who was born with 4 legs. And she actually is from Tennessee. This is dating from 1871. But they were wanting people to know that she was going to be touring and that people could come and visit and see her. There is a statement at the back on the bottom of this about from the doctors, so there's a medical certification, but there's also a story from a paragraph from her parents saying, we're doing this so that we can accumulate savings to pay for Myrtle's education. As it turned out, so this is so interesting, is there a Texas connection to this? And yes, there is. She married and settled in Cleburne, which is just down the road from us, and actually is buried there. And she had a family and just seemed to lead a normal life, but a very, very interesting biography, an interesting story, and an interesting broadside as well. So there are some other things that I want to show you that relate to our disability history collection. Again, the Myrtle Corbin broadside certainly does relate to that. Here's a very beautiful little certificate that was given to Mansfield M. McKnight, who's one of our labor leaders, for contributions to the Shriners Hospital for Crippled Children. And this in Dallas, and the date, it's not dated. It looks, my guess is it's from about the 1950s. And as part of our university archives, we have a small collection relating to Sam Province. Sam was a young man who had polio as a child, and you can see here's a photograph. He had to have a ventilator to help him breathe. We also have pictures of him in an iron lung. This, I guess, is basically a portable iron lung. Here he is with some of his Boy Scout buddies. But Sam was one of those individuals who attended UTA and was quite an advocate for students with disabilities like himself. And this was in the 1960s. This was something Dr. Nedeman, who was president at the time, spent a day or two in a wheelchair trying to navigate around campus, so he had a firsthand look at what our students were having to deal with. But as you may know, UTA was granting accommodations in the 1960s, and I believe students at UT Austin had to sue the university in later decades to get similar accommodations. But Sam actually graduated from UTA. Here he is with his master's in history. He was very active in the Arlington Handicapped Association. Here's a small brochure from that. And you can see his pictures on the front of the Arlington Day Enrichment Center. So this is just, we do have personal papers of individuals who have disabilities. And there's also, we have a wonderful collaborative relationship with many organizations that provide assistance and advocacy for those with disabilities. In addition, this is the Jim Sewell papers, sort of overlap personal papers, political papers, disability history collect as well. Jim Sewell was a young man from Corsicana in Navarro County, and he went off to World War II and served in the Navy and lost his vision during that time. He came home and he was feeling pretty sorry for himself, and his friends kind of gave him a kick in the rear and said, look, you need to move on with your life. So he went to UT Austin and ended up with a law degree and went on to become a member of the state legislature. This shows, we have a number of photographs. We have his legislative papers, first of all, and then his son has given us the personal papers, which kind of add more context to his earlier and later lives. So he was, after his legislative service, he also became county judge in Navarro County. But we have some interesting artifacts related to him, and one is this beautiful pocket watch, and it's a Braille pocket watch. When you open the cover, there's no glass over the numbers, and each one of those numbers has a little knob. So by feeling where the hands of the watch are and where the knobs are as relationship to this, he could tell what time it was. And also attached to it, interestingly, are one of his dog tags from World War II. Also included is a Braille punch, and I've not tried to make it work, but apparently you put a piece of paper in here and use this little punch to write in Braille. His son said his dad never used this because it was way too slow. But anyway, an inspiring life.
Well, we're really excited to show some of our great treasures. Some of these things are priceless. For example, we have an original broadside of the Texas Declaration of Independence. And this is one of those things that Texans really hold dear to their hearts. And to have an original copy of this is special. This was circulated on March 2nd of 1836, the day Texas declared independence from Mexico. And at that moment, the Alamo was under siege. And so this was done in rather hastily, you might say. For example, the document we have here has a couple of corrections on it at the very bottom. Actually 3 corrections. He added 2 names. It would be like leaving, the Declaration was modeled on the U.S. Declaration of Independence. Of course, it looks like the U.S. Declaration of Independence, but unfortunately, had the signers of the American document left off Thomas Jefferson's name, that would have been a problem since he drafted the Declaration. Well, they left off the name of George Childress on here on the Texas Declaration of Independence. And so one of the owners of this document was actually a signer named George W. Smythe, and he corrected the spelling in his own name here on our copy, and he also added George Childress and Sterling Clapp Robertson, another fellow who managed to get left off. Now, this is sort of an interesting piece in that what makes this one so special is it's got on the back an account by George Smythe of the convention itself, left for his relatives as he moved on. It says, the convention assembled at the town of Washington on the 1st day of March and proceeded to organize. Judge Richard Ellis, formerly of Franklin County, Alabama, was elected president of the convention. A Declaration of Independence was drawn up, etc., etc. So this is just a special document to have this here. And although the Texas State Archives owns 2 copies that are manuscript, these printed copies are very rare. They've been copied and they've actually been forged. And we're very fortunate here at UT Arlington. Ours is not a forgery, and it is one of the originals. Another great piece in the collection right here, and we've had it conserved originally. I should mention before we go. This is a little piece of nylon or silk, excuse me, that was originally backing this, and we learned later that that was not the best thing to preserve it with, so we had a conservator recently remove the silk and put on better backing. So we take very good care of it, and it's one of those priceless documents that make special collections special. Right here is another one. This is the Telegraph and Texas Register, printed on the same press that was used to print the Texas Declaration of Independence. This was the only newspaper in Texas at the time, the Telegraph and Texas Register. This is from a few days later. This is from March 24th, and it announces the fall of the Alamo and who was in the Alamo at the time. So you have a list of all the people they know to have been in the Alamo and presumed dead. This is William B. Travis, James Bowie, David Crockett, etc., etc. So down the line, you can go through this and see quite a list. And what is also special about this is on the back, they have a notice or a copy of a letter that Colonel Travis wrote as he was surrounded at the Alamo, and basically is a letter of duress. But a letter of great eloquence appealing to the patriotism of the people in the United States as well as in Texas to come to their aid. And so it's quite a poignant piece and a wonderful piece in the collection. If you notice, there's holes in it. These big long lines were actually drawn with an ink pen. and the ink oxidized. It was iron gall ink. It oxidized and ate through the paper. So there are a little, whoever owned it originally thought, well, this is important, I better outline it, and so people don't throw it out. Well, almost destroyed it in the process, but fortunately it's been conserved as well. We have any number of really amazing pieces. Right here is a series of letters, but this is just one written on February 14th, 1839 from Sam Houston to a young lady of whom he was quite enamored. Sam Houston had a lot of baggage when he came to Texas. He had been married in Tennessee and was still married. I don't think he could get the divorce through. And also he had lived in Indian territory, or had lived among the Cherokee, and had an Indian wife as well. So Sam Houston was trying to pursue this young Texas girl, and he was quite lonely, and she pretty much spurned his advances. But anyway, he wrote eloquent letters to her, and they're very businesslike. They are very sweet. They're all signed Sam Houston, ever thine truly, at the bottom. And even though, and it's addressed to Mrs. Anna Raguet, and if you notice, it's written on in two different directions. Sam Houston in two different colors of ink, and this is common on the frontier. A lot of times people didn't have enough paper, but they had time to write, and they also had a lot to say. If you couldn't Instagram somebody quickly, you had to write it real slowly, and so this took a lot of effort on Sam Houston's part, and he wrote this beautiful letter. It's all, and the only thing that's even the slightest romantic about it, it's so businesslike, is that he says, "I'd like to be your knight errant." And so it's a wonderful piece, and again, one of those little treasures in special collections we love to pull out for people. Well, when it comes to the U.S. war with Mexico, we have a lot of extremely amazing treasures. This piece right here, you know, when Texas was independent, they sent out expeditions to Santa Fe, and they also sent an invasion force into northern Mexico to try to stop some of the Mexican invasions. Texas was far from independent. It might declare its independence, but Mexico still claimed Texas, and they still attempted to bring it back into the Mexican Union. And so Texas was at war constantly across the border, and at one point a group of Texans were caught and sent down into Mexico as prisoners. And among them was a newspaper journalist named George Wilkins Kendall. Well, we have George Wilkins Kendall's papers here in special collections, and we also have this image of the prison where he was imprisoned. It's called the Castle of Perote. It's in between Veracruz and Mexico City on the National Road, and it was originally built as a Spanish fortress and was later used as a political prison. And so these Texans were in this prison. They were eventually released thanks to the President of the United States' intervention and other, it was quite an international incident. Well, when the U.S. war with Mexico broke out in 1846, by 1847 the United States forces had recaptured a lot of captured a lot of Mexican territory, and one of the places they occupied was the Castle of Perote. And this is a sketch, this is a lithograph based on a sketch drawn by a Pennsylvania volunteer who served in the war with Mexico, and he sent it up to Philadelphia to be lithographed, and we have this lithograph, plus we have his original sketch for it, some of the original sketches. So amazing things in our collection. This is also a beautiful lithograph showing the naval operations, some of the naval operations off the coast of Mexico during the war. The U.S. Navy gave the American forces quite a leg up on Mexico at the time, and although it was awfully boring duty. And this place, this little island of Lobos off the Atlantic coast of Mexico, was a staging ground for the amphibious invasion of Veracruz later on in 1847. And so this sketch was, again, there was a sketch made. This is not the sketch, but this is a lithograph from the sketch. Very rare to even have the lithograph. And it shows several of the ships, the U.S. Navy brig that guarded the transports here of the amphibious fleet, and some of the U.S. soldiers' encampments on the island. And this was a staging ground. So an amazing document. This was sent up, the original sketches were sent up by Charles Barton of the U.S. Navy. He sent it up to Philadelphia. They lithographed it, and here it is. There it is. Beautiful, beautiful piece, hand-colored. Now, one of our really remarkable pieces. I mean, you know, we keep going through a lot of remarkable pieces here, but this is a Mexican logbook from the castle of Chapultepec. It was originally begun in 1809, and it basically has a list of ordnance and requisitions of supplies for the castle. Well, it was captured at the Battle of Chapultepec in 1847 by a U.S. soldier, and not having enough paper, or he just flipped it over and started his own journal on the back from that moment, from the moment that he captured it. And so he has all this, he cut out clippings from the U.S. papers that were published in Mexico during the war. He added all sorts of interesting facts and information about his personal activities with his unit. Well, with the U.S. war with Mexico, we also have a lot of maps, as well as with the Republic of Texas. And this is one of our special maps. It looks like it was almost colored with a Mark's lot, but that is not Mark's lot. That is actual chromolithography that was applied to a stone, a litho stone. And we have this map. It shows Texas in its grandest form. Texans claimed all the way up into Wyoming and all of eastern New Mexico. Well, of course, this was during the war with Mexico, so they also added an inset of the lake battlefield, and that's the lake battlefield of Monterrey, northern Mexico, down here. So that's also on this scene right here. And these were published, this was published in Philadelphia by Mitchell in 1847. This is not a manuscript, but it's still a very beautiful piece. This is a series of actually a sheet music, illustrated sheet music with illustrated sheet music cover. And it is dedicated, it's called The Warlike Dead in Mexico, poetry by Mrs. Balmano, music and composed and dedicated by a special permission to the Honorable Henry Clay by Miss Augusta Brown. And Henry Clay was a United States senator who lost his son at the Battle of Buena Vista. He had actually opposed the war, I believe, but his son served with the Kentucky Volunteers and was killed. And so there was a lot of publicity around his death, and it was quite a tragedy for the American Army. And the American people were touched by it, so she wrote a poem, and a lot of other ephemera is dedicated to Henry Clay Jr. Another piece of sheet music we have that's very unusual, it's a chromolithographed sheet music cover of the Galveston Tremont Music Hall, which was probably the very first music store in Texas. It's got a nice little view of the store, and this is a polka march respectfully dedicated to August Zachtleben, professor of music. And it's published in Cincinnati. Cincinnati had a wonderful lithography establishment or two, and this is quite a piece, again, with the sheet music inside, but very unusual.
The next collection I want to show you is, again, a very small collection, 4 or 5 boxes, of the papers of Dr. Emerson Emery. Dr. Emery was born in Dallas, attended Lincoln High School, Booker T. Washington. I think he attended Booker T. Washington Elementary School, Lincoln High School. He went on to Prairie View and was there when the World War II erupted. He decided that he wanted to enlist and did so. We have a picture of him in his World War II uniform, and we also have an incredibly moving letter that he wrote to his mother in August of 1944 from Fort Benning, Georgia. At this point, they had word that they would be going overseas, and he was very, very excited about going. He said, "Mom, you know, I've always wanted to be a soldier. I love playing with Dad." His dad was a World War I soldier. "I love playing with Dad's helmet and his gas mask, and this was something I've always wanted to do, and here's my opportunity." And now we're on our way overseas. He said, "The white soldiers are out in front, they get all of the glory, and the black soldiers are serving in supportive role. But Mom, we want you to be proud of us and all the work that we do, even though when we come home, when we get back, we'll be asked to sit at the back of the bus and be refused service at restaurants." So just reading that is just still gives me goosebumps, and so telling. This is his little World War II scrapbook. I wish I knew the story about the wings. I don't know if he just picked them up along the road or exactly what the situation was, but this was a pre-printed little scrapbook called Life in the Service, Echoes of the Army. And he was in the infantry, but it talks about his enlistment date. He enlisted in Dallas, April 19th, 1943, his registration number, and he was sent to Camp Walters after his induction, which is in Mineral Wells. But a lot of his memories, we know what shirt size he wore, what size shoe he wore, how much he weighed, how tall he was. But there are also pictures of him and his family, lists of buddies of mine, service records where he was transferred. There's clippings of family and friends that also served. So this is really a wonderful treasure. And some of the Dr. Emery collection of papers has been digitized as well. Dr. Emery, after the war, went to Meharry College in Nashville and got his medical degree, went to California and interned, and then came to Dallas. And he was the first African-American intern at St. Paul's Hospital in Dallas. But he set up his medical practice in Dallas, and I run into so many people who knew him and had such high esteem for the man. He attempted to run for, well, he didn't attempt. He ran for office on a number of occasions, but was unsuccessful in his bid. But he did a lot of writing. He published a little newspaper for a while. And one of the little articles that he wrote was talking about how he ran numbers for Benny Binion when he was a kid in Dallas. So anyway, there's great content here. And I wanted to show you access to our manuscript and archival collections is through what we call a finding aid, and this is an example of it. This was kind of the old-fashioned way to do it in paper, and now these are all online and keyword searchable through a Google or a browser, your favorite browser by keyword. But this is going to give the researcher a guide to what is in the collection. There'll be an abstract to give a brief biography or history of the person or organization and a snippet about what's in the collection. There'll be a broader scope note so you can explore further about how the collection is arranged and what's important in it. And then most people fly to the container list because that will give you generally a folder by folder description of what's in the boxes, and so you'll know exactly what to ask for.
These are a few items from our current exhibit on mapping Africa. We got a collection from Dr. Jack Franke, acquired it over a period of 2.5 years, actually maybe 3.5 years. Dr. Franke has been instrumental in getting these for us from around the world. These are amazing pieces. This is a whole wall of Brown and Hogenberg city views of African cities, and we have Cairo, Tunis, Algiers, several other cities. Mombasa is down there. These are amazing views from the 16th century atlas of town views or city views. Wonderful piece published in Antwerp. Then we also have over here a series of maps of from the 16th century. Every map on the wall right here is an original. Everything we've got on this exhibit right now. We think if people are going to walk through the door, they might as well see something that actually belongs to that time period rather than just a reproduction. So all of these are original. This is a Mercator map of Africa. This is a Hondius map of Africa. This is a Linschoten map of Africa based on Portuguese information. Linschoten was the assistant to, or secretary to, the Archbishop of Goa from Portugal, and as he was returning from Portugal, or from Goa, Linschoten took extensive notes because his country was at war suddenly with Portugal, and they were able to steal all this Portuguese information, and the Dutch, he became sort of a pathfinder to the east as a result of his espionage with the Portuguese. So this is pretty amazing stuff. We have an Ortelius map of Africa, the Prester John map by Ortelius. This is a Livio Sanuto or Paolo Filani map after Giacomo Gastaldi, a Venetian map of Africa from the 1560s. Amazing things. We even have some over here, a 1511 map, a woodcut map done in Italy in color, two-color woodcut. This is a 1513 map of West Africa by the man who named America, Martin Waldseemüller. And then over here is an early rendition of South Africa based on a Waldseemüller map by Lawrence Fries. So we have really some amazing maps up in the collection right now for the exhibit Searching for Africa, the collection of Dr. Jack Franke.
I have a few things from the university archives that I want to share with you just to kind of show you some of the basics. It's much bigger and broader than what I'm going to show, but some of the core elements are the annuals. So remember that UTA history goes back to 1895 when it was founded as Arlington College, and it's had 6 or 7 name changes through about the 1967, which I believe it became the University of Texas at Arlington, and the history of the university itself is quite interesting. But the annuals continued into the late 1980s, This was the junior Aggie from North Texas Agricultural College when we were part of the A&M system, and it's from 1942. But the annuals actually go back into the early 1920s. We have course catalogs going back. This one goes to 1917, and so you can use that this was when it was Grubbs Vocational College. And so you can look and see what was required for entry into the college and how much it costs to attend and some of the classes that were taught and what the course of study was and who some of the faculty members and reports from the college president and some photos of the campus as well. We also have a number of school newspapers. Of course, the Shorthorn is still being published today and goes back a number of decades. We have early issues are microfilmed, and later ones are now available digitally. We have quite a few a number of them in paper, and look forward to getting them all digitized and getting on our website. From the 1960s and early 70s, we have some underground newspapers that were published by UTA students. And I love this one. It's called the Free University Press. And there's a quote from The Prophet by Khalil Gibran. I was in college at that point, and we looked at that. This is from February 9th, 1970. And here's an editorial by Dr. Alan Sachs on educational reform. So, but anyway, and here is a second underground newspaper called The Spectator, and it was published in March 1969. Actually, this was volume 1, number 1. And this principal views and objectives of the UTA SDS Radical Caucus. So this would give you some really good insights into that period of time. There's also, I found a newspaper called The Express, and it looks like this is post-World War II. I have not seen that before, but it apparently was affiliated with North Texas Agricultural College. In addition to this, we've got a lot of photographs from UTA history. We have presidential papers, the provost records, self-studies, budgets, and manuscript collections, correspondence from some of our students that attended during that time. So if you're interested in anything on university history, head to the University Archives and Michael Barrera, who's our university archivist. Remember that Special Collections was founded in 1967 as the Texas Labor Archives, and I would be remiss if I didn't show you some highlights out of that collection. It's very, very, very broad, but this is one of my favorite pieces out of it. There are labor councils that bring representatives of labor unions in the area together to work towards common goals. And this one is the minute book of the Galveston Labor Council from 1900 to 1904. So remember what happened in Galveston in 1900, about this time of year. In September they had a terrible hurricane and hundreds of people died. If you'll, the front page in the book says, this is the record book of the Galveston Labor Council after the flood. This is the second book. And, no, I guess it says record book. October 15, 1900. And this has had some water damage, but I'm sure that was off from the storm. This says first meeting after the flood, September 8th, 1900. And so they're making plans as to how their unions and their members can help their city recover from the disaster that had occurred. But this is typical of early 20th century minute books. They're just remarkable and wonderful, wonderful hand. Okay. We've always been interested in diverse voices in special collections, and this is a very small collection of union records, and it belongs to the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees and Moving Picture Machine Operators of the U.S. and Canada, Local 249A. So this was a segregated union of African American or Black workers. And that was just the way those unions were set up at the time. So this shows S.R. Tankersley and Elmer Martin. They're walking the picket line against the elite theater because of the theater's refusal to sign a contract with the union. This ultimately did become the two Local 249 and 249A did merge. This is a photo of that occasion, and it took place in January of 1969. And this is S.R. Tankersley again, and who represented, they're turning over the charter of their union over to the Local 249. There are some of their labor contracts. This is from 1951. And a notice to Friends of Organized Labor that the elite theater is not employing union labor. A little pamphlet that talks about the purpose, kind of the mission and vision statement of the Dallas Moving Picture Machine Operators, Local 249A. And here are some of their minutes. They're handwritten on notebook paper, but in beautiful hand. And along with it is the roll call sheet, so you can see who was at this meeting. This is a small collection, is not typical of the labor records. They're usually quite vast and include not only minutes, but correspondence and grievances and pamphlets that talk about benefits, and it's a wealth of information. This collection of the labor collections, and this one in particular, is also supplemented with oral history interviews that were done by Dr. Green. This one happens to be Lee Lewis, who's part of this organization, and I know there is another one from Mr. Tankersley as well. So we have a broad spectrum of materials that can help give you more in-depth and more context to your research on union materials. This is the last little bit I'm going to show you, and we have a lot of labor newspapers. This is the Union Banner that was published in Fort Worth. It may still be published, I am not certain. It began in 1890. This copy of the paper was celebrating its 57th anniversary, and here is also another anniversary issue. This shows C.W. Woodman, who was, this was the 60th anniversary, and he was the founder and publisher of the Union Banner. So this is specific to Fort Worth Labor News. Another one that we like to get out to show our researchers is El Malcriado. It is a California farm labor newspaper that was published not only in English but in Spanish. And in addition to labor news of the day, there's also poems and short stories and that sort of thing. And you have the musical transcription book that we saw earlier. The same faculty member used El Malcriado as a resource for students to explore and to write a short paper on their experience in exploring the newspapers, this particular newspaper. So I think this concludes our tour of special collections. I want to thank you for joining us and thank you for your interest. We look forward to having you. We're open Tuesday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. You don't have to have an appointment to come in, but it's always a good idea if you're doing in-depth research to contact us and let us know you're coming so that we'll be ready for you. A good way to do that is to email spcoref@uta.edu, and we'll be happy to get back in touch with you. We encourage faculty to bring their classes in for sessions such as this. We also would love to explore incorporating experiential learning with your students. And So please reach out and let us know how we can help your students in their learning and their research. Want them to be successful. Regardless, we want you to know that there are a lot of other special collections with different interests or focus points throughout the world, really. And if we can't help you with your particular research interest, let us know. We'll try to hook you up with a repository or an archivist that will be just the person that you need. So take advantage of the resources that are here and the staff that we have in exploring and just exploring your research interest and discovering great content. Right? So thank you.